ready for some football. I don't know about you. Who else could it be but your man Lou? Yeah.
Who else could it be? For me, your man, Louie T. Welcome to the Command Post Game Show live. You know what it is. Post up. Take command. I, of course, I'm your Commander-in-Chief, Louie T. Thank you for joining me. If you came here looking for a rant, me yelling and screaming, you came to the wrong place. We're going to have a nice, civil conversation about what needs to be done. Because what I feel watching this game is this was a microcosm. Tonight's game was a microcosm of everything that's wrong with this organization right now. This is the JP fire everybody night. And that's allowed tonight. Okay. So not going to raise my voice. I've challenged myself to not get upset because there's no reason to. What I saw tonight is what we've seen for 3 years. Now this is year 4 and it's the same thing. So now changes need to be made and they will be. Okay. It doesn't really matter what happens moving forward. You know, we could get hot, do the Rivera thing, you know, end up 8-4 at some point because we've ripped off, 5 out of 6 or some nonsense like that. Doesn't matter. This is going to be a problem. We have a disease. We are infected. And until you get rid of the problem, it's just going to continue to fester. And eventually it comes back. You may find something to cure it for a little while or at least slow it down, but it's eventually going to return and it's going to spread and you're going to have the same issues again. So let's go through those issues that I saw tonight and that you watched tonight and talk about what needs to be done. Because, I mean, after a showing like this against a winless team at home, there's got to be some accountability here, right? So let's talk. First thing, I want to start top down. Okay, so we're going to start with the coaching staff. Let's start with the front office, the GMs, all of those guys. Ron's included in that conversation. And then we'll work our way down to Ron, EB, Jack, all of those guys. And then we'll work our way down to the players, right? So that's going to be the type of night that it is. So let's start with this. The actual quality of players selected in this year's draft, awful. Now, here's the thing. I don't like ranking, rating, talking about draft classes 5 games in. That's not fair to the players that you selected. But here's the issue, and I've talked about this numerous times. So this is not new. This is just me rehashing something that we've already had a discussion about. When you select players in a draft, particularly your first and second day picks, first and second and third round picks, these are guys that you should be drafting that should be able to come in and help your football team right away. This is yet again another year in which we draft a guy in the first round and he's really not ready to help us. You go back to 2021 with Jamin Davis, he was a non-factor in his rookie season. There were other linebackers that were available that we liked more in that draft class. They went with Jamin Davis because of his military background and because he was 6'3" and he ran a 4.4 and they figured they could coach him up. This was a guy that hadn't started at Kentucky until his last year there when his roommate, who had a stroke, gave him the opportunity to play by having that stroke, or else Jamin Davis isn't even on the field. And they took him in the first round, and he's growing, right? But we're now in the year 3 of Jamin Davis, right? He ought to be playing well, and he is playing better this year. But again, the point is, you fast forward this year, and you got a bunch of guys that they took, including your first round pick, who's losing confidence by the day. They benched him tonight. All right, put Danny Johnson in the game. Probably a week too late. Probably should have did that against the Eagles last week. But I wasn't mad at them for that last week. He's got to learn. But clearly he didn't learn because he didn't tackle tonight. He hasn't tackled all season, really. He he gambled on a play that you can't. We're trying to come back. The only thing that the Bears can do is throw underneath short and have something big happen. One of the keys to the game for me, I told you guys, was we had a tackle. This was the worst tackling game of the season. So you drafted Forbes over Gonzalez. None of us love that decision, but it is what it is. I'm not here to argue over that. It is what it is. You draft a guy in the second round that has played 0 defensive snaps for your team this year at a position that you already liked going into the season. So what was the purpose of drafting him if you weren't going to be able to play him? Don't tell me after the fact that we got Percy Butler and we got, Cam Curl and we got Default. You already knew that when you drafted him. You're acting like this is some sort of surprise. You drafted Butler in the 4th round last year. What, did you think you weren't going to play him? What was the plan there? I don't understand. And you draft Quan Martin, and man hasn't seen the field for a single defensive snap. Meanwhile, Percy Butler is out there getting cooked at safety. So your 3rd round pick is a center combo guard who you went out and spent resources on the offensive line and has no way of getting on the field unless something happens, right? You drafted in the 4th round another offensive lineman, this time at the tackle position, who's 296 pounds, clearly not ready for NFL play, but yet you thought it was a good idea to spend. Meanwhile, we have other pressing issues on this team, other needs that can be addressed, but you're spending picks on guys that can't help you for at least 2 years. This was the problem. So this is the front office problem. There's a lack of depth at certain spots, and there's a lack of front-end talent at certain spots that you could have addressed in the draft, and you elected to go elsewhere. Front office issue, right? It's not good enough. It's just not good enough. We still are sitting here with no punt returner. 3 years after you moved on from a guy that was a damn good return man for no apparent reason other than, we don't need him. We drafted Dax Milne. We got somebody. You move on from him so Dax Milne can play, only to find out that Dax Milne isn't really a punt returner, and you haven't done anything to try to replace that. Jamison Crowder had 15 yards of space and ran sideways for 10 yards, barely turned the corner, and we were excited about that. They were excited. It's a trash-ass return by an old-ass return man. You did that. We could have drafted a guy with some speed. Front office has let this team down, and you saw it tonight. We don't have a nickel corner. We don't have any speed at corner. Forbes ran a 4.3, but you don't ever see it because he's constantly behind trailing and he never catches up. He's a build-up speed guy, but once you're cooked, you're cooked. This isn't the SEC. Once receivers get on top of you, it's hard to catch back up. Juice can't run. Juice doesn't look for the ball. Somebody tweeted out today, is Juice underrated? And I was thinking, no, he's not. He's fine. He's not underrated. He's right where he's supposed to be. Kendall Fuller, bless his heart. I'm not mad at him for going after that right there. I'm not mad at him for giving up the touchdown. That was a good ball from Fields. I'm mad at JDR. We'll get to that. We're not even going to do that right now. We saved that. Got a lot of smoke for him. So the front office has let us down. This roster is not good enough, but we knew that we had holes in this roster. But on a night like tonight, that's magnified. You move on and you come down to the coach level. You start at the very top with Ron Rivera. Mr. Arms folded, stoic look. You don't get to have a double salmon with cheese when your team's getting their ass handed to them by a winless team 27-3 in the first half. You don't get to have a double salmon with cheese. When Kaylee Hartung comes and asks you, what did you say to the players? You don't get to say, I didn't say anything. I let them talk. You don't get to do that. You don't get to act like you're pissed off about the performance. You did this. This has been going on for 4 years now. We come out flat. Teams that have no business playing with us kick our ass in our building on primetime television. This has been who we've been since you got here back in 2020. We cut you a break that first year. You had cancer. You were going through chemo. We cut you a break. Same shit happened in 2021. Same shit happened in 2022. Same shit's happening in 2023. There's a theme here. You're not a good coach. You're an average NFL head coach. And there's nothing wrong with that. You had one season in Carolina, When Cam Newton played at an MVP level, but you're an average NFL head coach. And again, I'm not going to shit on Ron because I've already said numerous times over, Ron has done everything he was brought here to do from a culture standpoint. The roster's better. The culture's better. I've already said, Ron, thank you for your service. You can go now. I said that at the end of last year, but I was willing to give him another shot this year because he at least fired Scott Turner. Had the balls to do that. But I've said this before. I'll say it again. Ron, thank you for your service. You can go now. You can go now. Sick of this team coming out flat with no pulse, beginning of games. They fight like hell to come back, but that's not the point. The point is we shouldn't be down 27-3 to a winless Bears team. And God damn it, why did Dick Butkus have to die today? He could have died tomorrow. I know that sounds insensitive, but I knew the minute I saw that come on my phone, I said, oh, shit, that's not good. Ron's got to go. And again, we could win the rest of our games this season. This is still who he is as a coach, and this is what he projects as a coach. We need somebody with more energy that gets more out of what we have. While this isn't the most talented team, it's not a team that should be down 27-3 to a Bears team that's not very good. That's an understatement. You would have thought the Bears were the 2013 Broncos tonight, led by Peyton Manning, and that was Demaryius Thomas cooking our ass tonight. Let's go to Jack. So last night we had an entire episode, pretty much the first half of it, where we talked about we need a new defensive coordinator. Essentially what I was kind of pushing you in that direction. I didn't want to put any words in your mouth. I was allowing you to draw inferences. As I told you last night, let your imagination run free. Okay? Let your imagination go. But I essentially said we don't get turnovers. We do get off the field on third downs, or at least we used to, right? But this team isn't hungry. When you watch teams like Dallas and Philadelphia and San Francisco and the better defense in the league, they fly around. That's coaching, okay? That's not optional. If you don't hustle and run to the football, you can't play for me. I'll find another guy that will. I need 11 dogs all hunting after the same thing. Jack doesn't instill that type of energy in his players. Furthermore, his scheme is outdated and trash. You're playing Justin Fields. You're playing a Bears team that wants to protect Justin Fields as well. How many times did they run on 3rd and 7 tonight and get 8 yards or 9 yards? How many times are you going to let that happen before you say, hey, enough of that shit? The plan should have been, let's not let Justin Fields sit back here and assess the field and get comfortable. It should have been, let's speed his ass up and see how he deals with that. Treat him like a rookie because he's still making rookie mistakes. So let's speed his ass up. I'd much rather let Justin Fields get off because we were aggressive than to stand back there on our toes and on our hands and watch him have all day to throw. If he wasn't inaccurate, they would have scored 50 tonight. He missed DJ Moore for a touchdown that they had to settle for a field goal. He missed Darnell Mooney for a touchdown. He missed another big play up the right sideline. He missed another one up the left sideline. There were opportunities all over the place. Guys were running wide open all over the field tonight, and he just missed some guys. Could have been a lot worse. And you just sat back in the first half and thought, at some point, one of these guys will make a play. When does anybody outside of Daron Payne is the only true dog on that line? Why do you think he keeps getting double teamed? If I want pressure, I look at 94 and say, hey, ain't nobody else going to do it. You got to do it, bro. And you don't think other teams know that? That's why they doubling him. He forced a fumble tonight, did Daron. Nobody else is looking to punch the ball out. He's the only true dog on that D-line. Jack came out with a basic ass plan. rush 4, play coverage, not tight coverage on the back end at that. And let's just see if Justin Fields can pick us apart. We'll give him 4 seconds to throw, 3.5 seconds, whatever. See what he does with it. Hey, give me 3.5 seconds and I'll cook your ass. Let alone Justin Fields. The second half, they decide, let's heat him up out of necessity. Now, let's speed his clock up. Let's put a 5-man defensive front on the field. Let's get after him, and let's see what he does with it. You should have been doing that from the jump. I'm sick of Jack and these basic-ass schemes, these unimaginative blitzes, these coverages where guys just seem to be running open all the time. I'm done with it. Jack can go too. Pack your things. I'm still outside, by the way. I know a lot of y'all went inside tonight. I ain't scared. So I'm gonna later on in the show, I'm gonna tell you what this season is all about for me at this point. Okay. But I'm still outside. But I would like Ronald and Jack and company to go inside and pack your things. Okay. Leave the key in the little bowl right by the door. You know, that little bowl that you keep by the door that you just throw your keys in. Just leave the keys in there. Go pack your things. Okay. Jack was terrible tonight. And this is who he's been. What did I tell y'all before the season started? I said, I got no issues with this offense. I am confident that this offense is going to ball. My issue is with this defense. I don't trust them. I don't trust Jack, and I don't trust this defense against better opposition. We didn't even see that tonight. We made Justin Fields look like Patrick Mahomes tonight. And you would have thought that DJ Moore was Tyreek Hill. Yeah, Jack can go. There's enough of that shit. I don't want to hear about third down defense. I don't want to hear about this, that. I don't want to hear about the second half. I want to hear none of that. I've tried to make excuses for the first, 3 games, or the last 3 games prior to the night where the defense has surrendered over 30 points. I'm like, hey, this happened in this game. This happened in that game. Ain't no excuses. You let Justin Fields cook your ass with absolutely no oil tonight. Just frying your ass. Smoke detector comes on, all of that good stuff. Need the fire extinguisher to put it out. Disgraceful. Get your things and go. And it's going to happen. Magic Johnson was there tonight. Josh Harris was there tonight. Ein was sitting there with him, and they're watching this disaster of a performance on a primetime stage, and they're thinking, we got to get this guy the hell out of here. All of them. They got to go. They're gone. Don't worry about it. EB, let's get to him, because a lot of y'all are going to try to shield him from some of this smoke. No, EB, take off the gas mask and get this smoke, bro, because I thought you had a pathetic game plan coming into tonight's game. The first 4 weeks of the season, we bitched and complained about throwing the ball too damn much, right? And one of my keys to the game was don't forget about B-Rob. But what I didn't tell you to do was to go that far to the other end of the spectrum where you stop throwing the football. What the hell was that shit to start the game? Against the Eagles, Sam came out and he was just throwing that bitch all over the field. Against the Broncos, Sam came out, he was throwing that bitch all over the field. Against Buffalo, even though we turned it over and we did stupid shit, Sam was throwing that bitch all over the field. And against a Bears secondary with 3 guys out in the secondary and a pass rush that had 2 sacks coming into the night, you want to run Brian Robinson? That's the answer? It's 2nd and 11 after a false start penalty, which you can't have, by a receiver, no less, which I'm going to get to that again. Lack of discipline. But you got a false start penalty. It's second. You're going to run Brian Robinson on 2nd and 11? Where's the psychological sense in that, bro? Like, really, what are we doing right now? Now it's 3rd and 10. Talk to me. What happened to the 5-yard stop get you to 3rd and 6, and then you convert that. What are we doing tonight? They got 3 guys in the secondary out. What are we doing? Make it make sense to me, EB. This shit was so uneven tonight. So uneven to start this game off. Sam never got into the rhythm. Terry again. How many targets for Terry tonight? I know there was 2 pass interference. They picked one up. How many targets for Terry? What the hell was going on with that situation anyway? Why was Terry not in the game for a long stretch? I need answers. Somebody help me out. I saw a lot of Byron Pringle, a lot of De'Ami Brown. I saw way too much Jamison Crowder. Somebody answer me, because, again, this is some Scott Turner-esque shit that we're talking about here. Not getting your playmakers involved in the action. It just doesn't make any sense to me. The first time we drop back, it's got to be Terry, Jahan, or Curtis touching the football. And I don't care if it's on a screen, a slot screen, a tunnel screen, a slant, a 5-yard hitch, a 5-yard out, a slant. I don't really give a shit what it is, but you got to get your playmakers involved early. And instead, we throwing the football to Logan Thomas 14 times. You do realize he's not Travis Kelce, right? I don't know. I don't know if you got confused. Maybe it was the beard. I don't know. But you do realize he's not Travis Kelce, right? So there's that. I'm still baffled as to how we got this guy named Terry McLaurin and we can't get him targets. I am hornswoggled. I am befuddled. I am absolutely flummoxed. And I want to know what's going on with Terry. And something happened tonight. Clearly, he was not in the game for a long stretch. So EB's plan was shit tonight. When he got it going, it looked good. There were some cute plays in there, but the Bears should have never been able to run out and hide. And there's the opportunity Sam missed, and we'll get to Sam. It wasn't all great from him tonight. He missed De'Ami. De'Ami's got to dive, at least dive and try to catch that shit. You can't just stay on your feet and just stretch your arms out. Oh, man, I just out of my arms. You got to dive, man. Make your quarterback right, bro. What the F is that? Sam's got to, he can't throw that ball so flat. He's got to put air on that thing. He's so wide open. You got to make that throw. Let's get to the players now, because we could kill the coaches all we want, and they deserve it. Because, again, I talked about this yesterday. Players are like kids. It's your job as a coach to light a fire under their ass to get them to play the way that you want them to play. If you want them to play hard, aggressive, if you want them, I said the Bears are going to come out here with a mentality of our season's on the line. We have to match. I've said this multiple times. Every time I say this, I said the same thing against Detroit last year, week 2. They started out 0-1, lost to Philadelphia in week 1. I said they can't afford to come out and lose a second home game to start the season off. They're going to come out desperate. We have to match that level of desperation. And we started that game off 22-0 at half. We were down. I said against Denver in week 2, Denver had a home game week 1, lost to the Raiders. They can't afford to drop to 0-2. They're going to come out with a sense of desperation. We got to meet that desperation head on and exceed their level of desperation. We got to want it more than they do. We were down 21-3 midway through the second quarter. I said the Bears are going to come in here desperate. They had a game. They let it slip through their fingers. You're going to have to find a way to match their level of intensity, because they're going to come out guns a-blazing, because they don't got shit to lose at this point. You drop to 0-5 and your season is definitely over. It's probably already over, but it's definitely over at 0-5. They got some winnable games up on the schedule. You don't think they saw this opportunity and said, hey, we beat them. We got a bum-ass team next week, and we got a very winnable game after that. We got a chance to turn our season around. They saw food. They showed up here, and they was ready to eat. They had their napkin tucked nice and neat in their shirt, fork in one hand, knife in the other hand. They was ready to mob. And we showed up like a nice Sunday feast in late November, and they devoured that shit. Despicable. And I blame the coaching staff for not having the players play with more intensity, more urgency. But I also look at the players and say, at some point, you got to be motivated to go out and get it done yourself. You shouldn't have to be down 27-3 for you to say, hey, we got to play for us. It's on us now. We got to do it for us. Nah, it's too late for that. It's too late for that. Even if we would have come back and won this game, I would have said this same thing I'm saying to you right now. Because I'm sick of it. It's the same shit over and over and over again. Until it changes, we'll be doing this song and dance every year. And this is old, man. This shit is old. This same waltz that we do every year, get excited, get a primetime game, embarrass ourselves on national television because we came out flat. This shit is old. I'm sick of doing this song and dance. I don't know who the next up and coming coach is. I don't know who I'm looking at the Lions, Ben Johnson. I'm like, bro, we got to do whatever it takes to try to get him away from Detroit. We got a quarterback. We got talent, bro. I'd love for you to come here and be innovative and give us a little something. I don't know if his style necessarily fits Sam's skill set. Sam's more of a gun guy. He's an under center guy, but we got to find out who that guy is. We got to find that innovative coach and bring him here. Guy with some fire, with some energy. And we need to find a defensive coordinator that's going to be able to take the talent that we have and get the most out of it. Clearly, this group cannot. Right? Find us a real GM. And we got to get some dogs, man. It ain't enough of them. Like I said, I was telling the mob, I said, Juice, this was the problem I had when we drafted. Remember, I did not like the selection of Benjamin St. Juice, if you guys recall, back in 2021. The reason I didn't like it is I never like corners who don't have a career interception in college because it's too easy to just be around a football, right place, right time, and get your hands on it. When you don't pick off a pass, that speaks to your lack of ball skills and awareness. That out route that they ran on that third down, that sprint out to the left, if Juice was a dog, that's a pick. He ran the route and he got there so early, you could have easily thrown a flag. They were letting us play tonight. They were letting both teams play. They won't call in shit. Guys were getting held. Guys were getting mugged. Forbes got pushed at the top of the route by DJ Moore twice. I mean, shoved, not pushed, shoved. And you know he a little light in the trunks. That's an understatement. He's a bag of bones. But DJ was pushing the shit out of him, and they called nothing. They were letting us play. I don't have a problem with that, by the way. As long as you calling it like that both ways, and they were, I'm cool with it. If you see what they letting you get away with, then be aggressive. Juice ran the route for DJ Moore, and he's so pressed to put his hands in there. Just turn around and locate ball, bro. That's a pick. He's not a dog, though. Deron Bland is picking that shit off and running the other way for Dallas. He's a dog. We got pups over here, man. A lot of pups, couple kittens. We don't have dogs. I look at this defensive line. Stop talking about how vaunted this defensive line is. It's a good group. But when you spend 4 first-round picks across the board, I'm not looking for good. I'm looking for dominant. And we're far from that. Against lesser opposition, these boys are nasty. But when you turn that heat up on their ass a little bit, a little chip here, a little double team there, these boys are quiet. And this is where Jack comes into play because you're not helping them by being creative. You're going with a 4-man rush and you're just expecting somebody to win, and they're not. They're chipping, they're doubling, and so you're not getting a fair fight. And our guys aren't good enough to win despite being chipped or double teamed. Not on a consistent basis. So what that ends up being is now you're leaving the secondary out to dry, which it shouldn't be. They got 7 in coverage if you're only rushing 4. But again, we don't have dogs. We just got guys running the grass, running the space. We got safeties, poor eye discipline, biting down on shit that don't got nothing to do with them, leaving, receiver running way down the field open by themselves. Benjamin St. Juice coming up and pressing DJ Moore like he got wheels like that. Bro, when did you get wheels? Since when could you run? Help me understand what's going on right now. Who told you could get up in somebody's face that run a 4-4, that run a 4-3? Who told you could do that with your 4-5 ass? Help me. I'm lost. When did you get a new set of wheels? Last time I checked, you still driving that Ford Bronco, bro. And you want to go up and try to press somebody and get aggressive? Interesting. What are we doing, man? What are the players on the field doing? Khalil Herbert had a run on a third down. He lowers the shoulder and he's dragging 5 commanders on his back. The linemen aren't even pushing him. He's just dragging their ass. So y'all not going to tackle this man? Y'all just going to let him take y'all for a ride? That's what we doing? Get in. It's more space in the back. You just going to get in and just go for a little scroll around the block, huh? Just a nice little, fall stroll around the block. That's what we doing now? They came out and they didn't want it. They came out here expecting the Bears, who were 0-4, to lay down, and they didn't. Ron's going to come in the press conference. He's going to be pissed off. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. Say that for your players. You didn't even have nothing to say to them at halftime. We ain't trying to hear that shit. You like to get all rah-rah and aggressive at the podium. Do that shit with your players. Clearly, they didn't get the message that there was a football game that started at 8:15 tonight. This is how callous the Bears were, right? This is how cold and calculated these boys were. They showed up knowing exactly what was going down. They came here to eat. They didn't come here. They came here to feast. These boys won the toss and received that bitch like it was OT. When they won the toss and Justin Fields went like this, I said, is he dancing or some shit? Did I miss something? Is he dancing? I know they didn't just take the rock. Like they got it like that. Like they about to come down here and go down the field on our ass. Did they just take the rock? Yeah. They came out here and took the rock. And we had them in 3rd and 9. And Jack didn't bring any pressure. That was your opportunity right there. Speed him up. You know he liked to hold the ball, especially if you don't like what he see. You know how long it took him to run that route to get open on Juice? Juice jammed the shit out of him. But eventually, if there's no rush, he's going to get open because Juice can't run. That route took like 4 seconds. And nobody's back there, and he just casually stands back there, patting that, burping the rock. And then throws a dime down the sideline. If you would have blitzed him, he's not converting that. We're off the field, and let's go. Let's go get something done. Instead, and that was the theme of the first half. We didn't blitz. We didn't do anything. We didn't adjust. We didn't start blitzing until the second half. The last touchdown, you went man coverage across the board in the red zone against Justin Fields. Are you nuts? And didn't blitz, by the way. Rushed 4 and went man across the board. Are you nuts? And then our linebacker, Cody Barton, matched up with their tight end. Come on. That's not a fair fight. That was disgusting to watch. Absolutely disgusting display by the players, the coaches. So many of you wanted a tight end in the first round in this draft, right? And there were plenty of them to choose from, right? And I wasn't opposed to it, but I'm like, they really like the group that they have. They're not going to, I knew what they were going to do. I'm not telling you were wrong. I'm just like, they've been bragging on these guys. Ron had the audacity to keep Curtis Hodges on the roster because he didn't get a chance to play last year. So it's like a rookie season. It's like a rookie season. So we're going to hold on to him. Right? Yet we got Logan Thomas running double moves on the outside. That's a great ball by Sam. Logan can't separate. He runs like a 4.8 40. What are we doing? That's the guy. So we got Cole Turner out here who's a much better athlete. And we're going to put Logan Thomas to run the double move. Make it make sense for me. Please, somebody, anybody, help me. I'm not asking much. I'm just looking for civil answers. Answers that make sense to me because I'm a rational thinker. I struggle with things that just don't make any sense. So you're going to take the slowest tight end, John Bates. I don't know. Bates might be faster than him. I don't know. That's a hell of a race, right? Tortoise versus a slug. Who wins? I don't know. And you're going to put him out there to run the double move. He wins, but he can't separate because he's slow as hell. And so Sam throws a dime, but the corner's right there. Very disappointing stuff. And again, that's an oversight by the staff, by the front office, because we never ever addressed the tight end position. You knew once, I can't remember when exactly we had the injury. I think it was after the draft. It had to be after the draft that we had the injury to Amani Rodgers, but that's nor here nor there. The bottom line is this roster it's good enough to compete at a much higher level than what we're seeing, and that's on the staff. These players don't seem to me to be self-motivated. They'll talk a good talk in the locker room after this one. Jonathan Allen will talk about how they'll be better next week. He said that last week. They weren't any better this week. They were worse this week than they were last week. So at this point, I don't really want to hear from anybody about how we'll be better next week. You know, I don't like that aggressive tone that posture that everybody likes to have. I'm not looking for that no more. Here, let me tell you what I am looking for. This is what the season has been reduced to for me. And I've already made it abundantly clear at this point. I don't care what happens the remainder of the season from Ron winning 4 in a row, 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6, because that may still happen. I don't know. I don't care at this point. Here's what I care about. I care about figuring out if we got our quarterback. And I already feel how I feel about that already. Okay. I care about Sam Howell at this point. Every game that I watch is going to be watching 14 get better. They've got to protect him better. He's got to do a better job of getting rid of the football. He got sacked 6 times by a Bears defense that came into the game with 2 whole sacks. Some of them were in garbage time. They knew we had to pass, and they pinned their ears back. They dropped back, and we were running deep routes, and so he got sacked. But even before then, he'd already been sacked 3 times. Right? And I'm saying to myself, what are we doing? Like, why? The Bears suck. Why is he getting sacked? Right? Some of it's on Sam. And, film will probably bear that out. But he shouldn't have been getting sacked tonight. This wasn't the night that he was supposed to be getting sacked. The rest of the season is all about Sam Howell for me. I can't speak for anybody else. I'm outside. And the only reason I'm outside is because of Sam. I'm outside because I got a guy. I got a guy. And so I'm still outside because of Sam. But everybody else, they can go inside and get their things. And I need answers on Terry. If y'all know something, let me know. Because that was weird. Was he injured? Was something wrong? What happened there? Because there was a long stretch. I should never see the combination of De'Ami Brown, Byron Pringle, and Jamison Crowder all on the field at the same time. Something has gone horribly wrong when that combo is on the field for any amount of time. And there was a stretch there of about probably 15 to 20 plays where those dudes were on the field. And I'm asking, is Terry hurt? Somebody tell me something, because this is crazy. Then Terry comes in, almost draws a PI. They pick it up. Then he catches the deep over route. Beautiful ball from Sam. And I'm saying, and he gets up like he's pissed. What the hell is going on? That's the EB problem, first of all. Like, y'all, a lot of y'all like to give EB a pass. Nah, F that. He get this smoke too. Because how do you have a receiver that's one of the best in the league and he can't even get targets in this offense? I don't want to hear about, I told y'all this 3 weeks ago. I don't want to hear nothing about progressions. I don't want to hear nothing about the ball is going to this guy. If that's the case, make Terry the first read. If that's the case, draw up a play that puts Terry in a position to get the football. I said the same thing about Scott Turner. This football shit ain't hard. You see what the Bears did? I literally said today, earlier, when I gave you the breakdown for the game and the keys to victory, I said, Justin Fields has 2 receivers he throws the ball to. It's not hard, okay? It's not hard. He's going to throw the ball to either DJ Moore or Cole Kmet. Who did he throw the football to tonight? DJ Moore and Cole Kmet. Like, don't make this thing harder than it needs to be. And sometimes guys that are really smart, EB thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. He strikes me as one of those dudes that, hey, you know, and that's the same shit Scott Turner used to do that used to piss me off when you start talking about going through progressions and the ball's going to the guy that's, you know, supposed to go to on this particular. No. I needed to go to my best players. Last week, the combination of Terry, Jahan, and Curtis, I think they had like, 20-something targets total. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be. Not Byron Pringle and Logan Thomas and Antonio Gibson. And finally, I've been crying for Antonio to get some kind of route up the field as a receiver. Took us 5 weeks to do that. Again, I didn't sleep at a Holiday Inn last night. I'm no play caller, but damn. Like, why is it? It's like pulling teeth to get them to do the simplest shit. You got this guy that y'all told us was going to be some sort of a mismatch for defenses because you're going to split them out and get opportunities. And this is the first time they've even tried Antonio Gibson down the field. Make it make sense. Like I said, disappointing effort all the way across the board. I'm open for everyone to be fired. And at this point, my season has been reduced. And we're going to win games. And we're going to beat some teams that we probably have no business beating. All of that good stuff. But my season has been reduced to just focusing because I know that this group isn't going to be here next year. And so I got to protect my guy, Sam Howell, at this point. Because the next group's going to come in here and Sam's not their guy. So he's got to show without a shadow of a doubt that he's the quarterback here because the next group, the next GM and the next coach is going to come in here and they're going to want to get their guy in here. So Sam is going to have to prove to whomever the next GM and head coach are that, hey, y'all don't need another quarterback. I'm all you need. I'm right here. So for the rest of this season, my sole purpose, my focus is on Sam Howell's development and growth and him continuing to get better as a quarterback, continuing to see the field, continuing to go through his progressions. He was a playmaker tonight. How many sacks did he? They came up. They ended up having like 6 sacks. He broke out of 4 of them by his damn self on Herculean efforts. So we know he can be a playmaker. But it's the little things. On the 2-point conversion, the second one, you got a wide open, Antonio Gibson, and you turn it down. For what? To run? Can't do that. You get the ball out of your hands, right? So he's still got growing to do, right? Missed that opportunity to Diami. Gotta have it. Gotta have that Diami deep ball. It wasn't a terrible throw. Diami could have stretched out, but that you got to put air on that. He threw that on a line. I need more air under that, a little bit more trajectory. He had Diami on a little slant. That was a cute play by EB. Sent him in motion. Diami bent it out, then went over the middle. Oh, I think I had to change my underwear on that one. And Sam was a little behind him on the back shoulder instead of out front, right? The pick can't be late over the middle, right? That's a teachable moment. He came across the middle again and was late, but this time he put the ball in a better spot. And how about our old buddy Greg Stroman? That probably felt good for him. Y'all ain't want me? Come back to Washington, D.C. and do y'all. Good for Greg, man. Good for Greg. Let's get to the comment section. I know y'all got a lot to say. I ain't gonna talk y'all head off. Jado, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jado writes, what a disaster. Shaking my head. I'm starting to lose interest. We go through this every year, man. Every single year. The only difference this year was you had an offensive play call, you got a quarterback, so you were a little bit more hopeful. Look, I don't know. I didn't stick around to see the end of the game. I'm assuming that we were done at 20. We can score points is essentially what I'm trying to get at. you shouldn't be in a position that we were in tonight because your defense, the Bears scored on all 5 of their first half possessions. 3 touchdowns, 2 field goals. How in the hell are you supposed to win a game when that shit's happening? Now, again, the offense could have went out and scored points too, right? They could have took some pressure off of the defense. Don't throw a pick that puts them in a position where they're able to give up more points. Offense could have done some things to alleviate some of the stress, but the defense was giving up shit way before the offense was stagnant, right? Way before we were asking EB, what the hell are you doing, bro? What is this shit? I can't get jiggy with this shit. The defense was ass long before that. This was what I was afraid of right here with this defense. This is the exact thing that I was afraid of all offseason when I kept telling y'all, I am confident about everything on this team except the defense. This is what I was referring to. Key himself. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? 4-13 season. Y'all do this every year. All right? Every year when we lose a game, when we lost to the Giants in 2020 on going for 2 and didn't get it, y'all said we were going to be we were a 1-win team or 2-win team at that point. I think we were a 2-win team. We were a 1-win team at that point. We were 1-7, I think. Y'all said we were going to be 1-15. Y'all do this shit every time. We're going to win more than 4 games. All right. Zach LaRoche, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Zach writes, between the Eagles game and this one, none of our receivers are actually stepping up and making plays for Sam Howell down the field when it's not an easy, moderate, or a moderately easy catch. He could have easily had 400 yards tonight. I mean, it's enough blame to pass around. Everybody can get some. But Sam can do a better job of putting the ball in a place where they can make something happen. But I mean, to your point, Logan, like Diami's got to die for that ball, right? Sam can make a better throw though. Like, let's not, because we want Sam to be the guy, and to me, he's already the guy. You can't overlook the fact that he's got to make a better throw there. You got the coverage, you got the look. You got the perfect play dialed up. You got to make him pay. And Diami's got to give me better effort. Logan dove. Logan should not have been in that position. That's where the mistake was made. Not Logan, diving and not coming up with it. Logan should never be in a position where he's running a double move and having to sprint to catch the football 45, 50 yards down the field. In what world, in what alternate universe does that make sense? Somebody help me, please. Sam, I thought he played his ass off tonight, personally. Samuel Hatley, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, well, that was embarrassing. Defense should be ashamed. Facts. And Sly needs to get the hell out of here. He cannot make kicks and pressure moments. Let's talk. I left that out. I forgot that. I'm glad you brought that up, Samuel. Let's talk about that. Because I told you there was a failure on the part of the front office. That's part of it, right? I like Sly, and he's a good kicker, but like you said, for whatever reason, there's these moments with Sly. And I think the thing that bothers me the most, and it's stupid, I know. I think the thing that bothers me the most is when he misses, he stands there like he can't believe his eyes. Right? He's like frozen. Like, that shit bothers me for whatever reason. Like, most kickers, they miss, they headbutt the holder and, they get off the field. He just stands there, eyes like silver dollars, like hand on his head, like, you did that shit, bro. You looking around like an outfielder just dropped the easy pop fly or something. No, you kicked the damn ball. You missed. And the crazy part was in that moment, I said, I think his ass is about to miss this kick. Because I said, if he makes this kick, we're going to beat him. Because I felt like Ron was going to go for 2 this time. Because Ron, this is what I've realized about Ron. Ron is impacted by external forces. So Last week, he was questioned about not going for 2. It was the right thing to do. And somebody brought something up that I hadn't even thought about. And I don't know what the data is on this, but they were saying that the data speaks to you can't go to overtime when you got a Thursday night game. There is actual data that states that when you play an overtime game on a week where you have that Thursday night game the next week, you come out sluggish and your performance isn't the same. Now, again, take it for what it's worth. I don't buy that with this particular performance because we've done this for 3 years, now 4 years with Ron and company. So it'd be one thing if this isn't the norm for us and it just happened tonight. And you know what? There may be some credence to that. No, this is what this group does. So I'm not trying to hear that shit. But in thinking about it that way, and Ron, that never crossed his mind. You got to go for 2 in that situation. But he would have went for 2 tonight because he caught some backlash for not going for 2 last week. But we never got that chance because Joey Sly's ass missed. And I'm sick of his shit too. But what are you going to do? You get rid of him and you bring some. We've done this before. We got rid of Dustin Hopkins and we went through 3 kickers that were absolute ass before we landed on Joey Sly. So I'm not really like, you go and draft a kicker or something, but I'm not willing to cut him in the middle of the season to go bring in some guy that's not on an NFL roster or somebody that's on somebody's practice squad that's not good enough. Joey's a good kicker, but you just know he's going to miss one of these. And that sucks because we had a shot. The game didn't have to be over right there. But with 4 minutes left, you needed that field goal to cut it to a 1-score game. And when he missed, the air went out of the sails of all the players. It was over. Steven Kinsler, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Steven Kinsler writes, I took off to watch this BS. How does Jack keep his job after this? I literally said midway through the first quarter or second quarter, I would fire Jack tonight. I would fire him tonight if I was Ron Rivera. Fire him tonight. Here's the thing. Who's going to take his spot? You want Ron calling the play? Ron hasn't called a defensive snap in over a decade. Shit, 15 years Ron hasn't called a defensive snap. Who's going to take over? It was one thing when we had Chris Harris in the secondary. He was like, hey, give Chris Harris a chance. There's a guy on the staff that you're willing to give a look-see to. We don't have anybody on the staff. Who's going to call the plays? You stuck is what I'm trying to tell you. Unless there's somebody in that building that you know has a good grasp of, being a play caller and has actually done it before, you're stuck. And we know Ron's not going to fire Jack. I would fire his ass tonight. You got 10 days before your next game. This is the perfect time to do it if you're going to do it. I'd fire his ass. This shit was unacceptable. And you know what they're going to point to? Well, the Bears didn't do anything in the second half until X, Y, Z. I don't hear that shit. I don't hear that shit. They're going to blame the players. This is their move. They're going to blame Forbes. They're going to blame Percy Butler and all the guys that didn't make plays tonight. They're going to do that's the shit that they do. No, you call a better damn game. You don't like Percy Butler making mistakes? Get his ass out the game. He says, 37 points to the 0-4 Bears, 200 yards plus receiving to one guy. The offense stunk too. It's not the fact that they gave up 230 yards receiving to DJ Moore. It's the fact that they gave up 230 yards and 3 touchdowns to the one guy that the Bears have that can beat you. That's the shit that's frustrating. I'd have had 2 dudes following DJ Moore everywhere he went. Safety over the top the entire game. Make Fields go somewhere else. Make him hit Darnell Mooney. Make him hit Equanimous St. Brown. Yet he's getting one-on-one and cooking dudes. Like, after the first time he got behind them, okay, not again. Never again. Not happening. And yet, if Fields doesn't, he would have had 5 touchdowns tonight, literally, if Justin Fields doesn't overthrow him. 5 touchdowns. They kept giving him singled up coverage. I don't know, man. Donnie Darko. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Giants and Commanders content creators ignored every advanced metric that shows they are not very good ball clubs. It sucks, but this isn't surprising. This don't have shit to do with advanced metrics. It has zero to do with advanced metrics. Everything to do with coaching. I can't stand the analytics number guy. That's not me. But to each its own. I'm not gonna belittle you or demean you because you are a numbers guy. You can have your advanced metrics. Have fun with them. A lot of these issues can simply be fixed by coaching. Simple as that, if you ask me. But video channel, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB for 2 months. Who writes, a lot of first and second round capital invested in that defense that looks like hot-ish. And I guarantee you, if you gave this team a more innovative defensive coordinator, it wouldn't look as bad. I'm not telling you that we got dogs, but I'm telling you, put in better positions, I guarantee you will get more out of these dudes than what we're seeing right now. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I'd even say this. I know this is gonna sound crazy to some of y'all. Yeah, y'all might tell me, Louie T, this loss got your ass bazity as hell. Fine. I guarantee you. That's crazy. I'm not gonna say that because I'm thinking about it in my head, and I'm like, bro, really? No, I'm gonna say this shit. No, I'm not gonna say that shit. Atlas 013. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, Lou, we're not making the offs. I can't even say that we're not. We've been here before many times with this group. But no, we're not making the playoffs. Like, who am I kidding? We're not making playoffs. It's not about the playoffs for me anymore. It's about Sam Howell's development. Because again, I know this group isn't going to be here next year. So it's all about self-preservation for my guy at this point. I need Sam to prove to everyone without a shadow of a doubt, as I mentioned earlier, he's the guy. So that this next group comes in and they're not even thinking quarterback. They're thinking, hey, we got to draft a tackle. Hey, we got to draft a return man. Hey, we got to draft, and we probably gonna need it if Curtis Samuel's not back. Hey, we got to draft a playmaker at linebacker, right? Hey, we got to draft another running back, right? A home run threat at the running back. Like, I need them to be looking everywhere. We got to draft us an athletic tight end. I need them to be looking everywhere but quarterback. So that's my focus now. So if we lose a game 35-33, but Sam cooked, I'm not going to be upset. I'll be disappointed that we lost, but I'm not going to be upset because Sam did his thing. That's all I'm looking for at this point. So I can, as a fan, after a performance like this, that's all you can really do. That's all I got to really hold on to. It's not 2019 all over again. We were awful that year. But the only thing we had late in that season was Dwayne Haskins. Like, all right, let's see if he's any good. That was the only reason you would show up at 1 o'clock to watch a Redskins game that year, late in the season. We were awful. We're not that. But if you're losing interest in this team, there's a reason to watch. It's number 14. Because it's still NHL. He gave us a chance tonight. When we didn't deserve a chance, he gave us a chance. I tell you, the play that turned everything, the Logan Thomas fumble. We had all the momentum. The Bears were reeling, and they were looking over their shoulder. And you know what bad teams do, right? They start hearing footsteps. The minute that there's any trouble, the first sight of trouble, they start to panic. And the Bears were panicking. And that Logan Thomas fumble, even though they didn't get any points off of it, what it did was it burnt Precious clock. And the biggest thing that it did was it reset the field position. They punted, and we had to start at our own 15-yard line. That fumble crushed us. We were going to go score more points right then and there. And at that point, you score, even if you don't get the 2, it's so much time left. We would have come back and won if he doesn't fumble that football. I firmly believe that, but it is what it is. Samuel Hatley, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Sorry, Lou, I'm coming back inside. Too cold out here. I'm not going to stop you from going inside. A lot of people were going inside during the first half of this game in the MOBB. We made a joke out of it. It was funny. I'm not going back inside. I'm cool out here. I got on my starter jacket. I told them in the MOBB, I got my starter jacket on. It's a little chilly out here. I'm not going to lie, but I got my shit on. I'm straight. All right. I'm good. Rush is variety. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, not sure what to say. Like, comment, and hit the bell. If nothing else, you can always say that, right? There's nothing wrong with saying that. Y'all know what to do. Hit it. Thank you for the super chat, Mike Jink. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, I don't know what to say. So shout out to the Louie T Network. Hey, shout out to everybody that's in the comment section. Shout out to everybody that sat through that foolishness for the last 3 hours and then decided to come back and were gluttons for punishment for another hour, 2 or 3 here on this post-game show. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, fire Ron, promote Jack. What do you have to lose, right? Tavon Green, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB. Greatly appreciate you, Mob. Y'all know what to do. Show Tavon some love. Welcome him with open arms. Tavon, welcome to the squad. Glad to have you, Ty the Guy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ty writes, I truly commend you for being the voice of reason and over and over and over and over. One more goddamn time and over again. That's why I rock with you. Hey, we've been in this foxhole for the better part of 2 decades. If you've been a fan long enough, a lot of you haven't seen winning ever. Not real winning, at least. And the entire Ron Rivera era has looked just like this. Like, this is disappointing because we were not only expecting a win, we were going to be disappointed if it wasn't in dominant fashion. Never did it cross our minds that we were going to lose this game. The thought of winning this game 23-20 was enough to get our blood boiling. Like, same Commanders, right? But at least I told y'all I just wanted to win the game. Get through this one. You get 10 days off before the next game at Atlanta, and they'll play well next week. I know they're going to play well because the trend has been set. You already know what it is. Poor performance one week, bounce back the next week. Poor performance the next week, bounce back the next week. Poor performance in week 5, they're going to bounce back on the road at Atlanta next week. Then they're going to come home the following week they're going to go back on the road for the Giants, and they're going to stink it up again, and the Giants are going to get their first win at home this season. That's what's going to happen. We see the trend. Rico's War Room. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rico's War Room. Thanks once again. Anthony Shannon. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Anthony Shannon writes, Christian Gonzalez looks really good in New England. Andy Reid's guy is just that. Ron and the whole staff got to go. Well, Christian Gonzalez is out for the season with a torn labrum. So I don't know how good he looks now. He's not playing. The best ability is availability. So him and Emmanuel Forbes might be one and the same because neither one of them might be playing here shortly. So I would just put Forbes back out there. Like, you were mad tonight. You were trying to stop the bleed. I told the mob this. They weren't mad that he gave up the play. They were mad at how he gave up the play. In that situation, the Bears haven't scored a single point in the second half. They're reeling. You can't gamble in that situation. You're taught as a defender, if you're going to go for that football, you better get it. And that's one. 2, overarching theme is you got to put your off arm on that receiver so that if you don't get that knockdown, you still can make the tackle. You have to secure the tackle first. His fundamentals on that play were trash. And it led to that big catch and run. So no matter what happens, we just got the field goal to put us in a position where all we needed was 2 touchdowns to win the game. Now you're giving them the field goal right back with that miss, that attempt at the ball. And they only got a field goal out of it. But now you're back to needing 2 touchdowns and 2 2-point conversions. So you just screwed us. They were pissed. I know they were hot because that's not the technique that you're taught. Ryan A., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, at this point, we are at a weird point. We have our QB, but we need to overhaul the team. We always thought we had the team and needed the QB. No, I don't think that's true, Ryan. We are at a weird spot in the season because now your whole outlook on this season has changed drastically. You're coming off the high of almost beating Philadelphia. And really, it's not a high. It's more of a statement. Hey, we can play with anybody. And then you come home 4 days later and you lose to the worst team in football. Make it make sense. It doesn't make any sense. So now you have to reevaluate, who are we? What are we? What do we even do? Right? Where do you go from here? There's still, as crazy as this sounds, I know nobody wants to, it's still 12 games left in the season this year. But it's hard to wrap your brain around making the playoffs or being even a good team when you can't beat the Bears at home, who's winless. So again, I go back to my original statement of this is not a bad roster. You can win football games. Better, I guarantee you, Kyle Shanahan would have this team undefeated right now. Sean McVay would have this team undefeated right now. Sean McVay has Puka Nacua out here looking like Jerry Rice. You telling me if you gave him Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson, and Curtis Samuel, he wouldn't be out here cooking defenses? Give me a break. We got all this talent, and our leading receiver is a tight end who missed the game. Again, I'm at a loss. Our defense is terrible. You telling me if you gave DeMeco Ryans this defense, Chase Young, Montez Sweat, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, Cam Curl, Defoe, you gave him all these defensive pieces, all this speed, and all these guys that are talented. Kendall Fuller, Benjamin St. Jude. You telling me DeMeco Ryans wouldn't have these boys buzzing? You give me Dan Quinn. You don't think Dan Quinn would have these boys flying around? Quinn is more of a fast guy, so he wouldn't have a lot of these slow dudes out here running around. He's all about speed. He'll trade size for speed. But that's a philosophical approach, right? You telling me if you get us a better defensive coordinator, somebody that's a mastermind, like I'd even say, give me old poopy diaper Wade Phillips right now. I bet you Wade Phillips will come in here and get more out of this defense than Jack Del Rio. And Wade been out of the game probably and Wade old as hell too. Wade know how to draw up a blitz though. Telling me I bring Greg Williams in here, he wouldn't have these boys out here ready to get into some shit? Yeah, right. What was the dude in Denver last year that started with an E? Avijo, whatever the hell. You telling me you give him this defense and he wouldn't whip this shit into shape? It ain't about the roster necessarily. It's about the coaching staff getting the most out of the pieces that they have. Far from a complete roster, but it's enough talent here that you shouldn't be losing to the Bears at home. That you shouldn't be barely squeaking by Arizona. That you shouldn't be down 21-3 on the road to Denver. Afrocat 2136. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, my effing blood is boiling, dog. I know it is. And I apologize for that. On behalf of the squad, I apologize. Because everybody's blood is boiling, man. And there's just no way to make it make sense. Except that we were blinded by the opportunity, right? We were blinded by the opportunity. We really wanted this to work. A lot of you were like, this shit ain't gonna work, bro. Ron is ass. We ain't winning shit with Ron. A lot of you said that. And I said, you're right. You're probably right. But my competitive nature isn't going to allow me to just lose football games in order to. The only time I've ever been in that state of mind was when Bruce Allen was here. And I was like, we got to get rid of Bruce. And if it takes losing and bottoming out, sign me up. I'm sick of this shit. We can't keep going 7-9 because Bruce will then tell Dan we're close. We got to just, this shit's, that's what 2019 was. We bottomed out finally. That's not what it's, we got new ownership now. It's not going to take us bottoming out. It's just going to take us not making the playoffs. Where you lose to the Bears at home, you're not making the playoffs. So everybody's going to be going after this year. And we wanted this to be different because we just are so hungry for a winner. Even the people that want Ron gone, Jack gone, we're still willing to overlook a lot of their shortcomings because they just wanted to win, me included. I've been knew Jack won't shit. I've been telling y'all Jack ain't shit, but look, if and I always make this mistake because I'm a glass half full guy. Y'all know that. I'm an optimist. So when you're an optimist, you try to find the good in everything. You try to find that silver lining in it. So I told you when we got Carson Wentz, I did the same thing. Hey, I'm not looking for 2016 or 17 Carson Wentz for that matter. 2017, 18, none of that shit. Just give me the 2021 Wentz that went 27-7 and I'm good. We can win with that. I said, look, Jack, I know this is the year you're supposed to relapse defensively because this is what you do. Year 1, you were good. Year 2, you were ass. Year 3, you were good. Year 4, you're going to be ass, right? Just do me a favor, bro. Just keep teams to 20 to 23 points a game. The offense will handle the rest. I ain't asking you to be like superhuman like you had to be last year because we couldn't score. Just keep them to 22 points, 22.8 points a game. Now we giving up like 34 points a game. He got worse. We supposed to have more talent and he got worse. So I know why your mother effing blood is boiling. All of ours are. V-Chow, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. Bring this shit closer, man. Nick Gates and Forbes were completely liabilities tonight. This was Gates' worst game. I can acknowledge that. This was his worst game. I was disappointed in him tonight. But I'm not giving up on Nick Gates. I think he's a good football player. You can win with Nick Gates at center. This was not one of his better performances. Eric Sunderland, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Eric, thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. I'm back inside, Lou. Not on how, but this team. Defense is just not there. Like, what was that? How can I try to support this team in public when this happens? I'm just so upset and paralyzed right now. Yeah. Look, I've been screaming. I'm outside. And y'all know I'm not going to stop talking my shit. I'll find ways to still make sense, right? So I'm not going inside. But everybody that wants to go inside, please, by all means. I don't mind standing outside by myself. It's not the first time. It won't be the last time. I'll be by myself. I don't mind. And you're not wrong. What can you say? You lost to the 0-4 Bears at home and gave up 230 yards and 3 touchdowns to the only receiver that they have. What can you say? For the second week in a row, a garbage-ass defense made Justin Fields look like Patrick Mahomes. Never thought it would be us. I didn't think this defense was very good, but I didn't think it was that bad. We sunk to a new low defensively tonight. Kimura, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, we need a coach who can rally our team and get everyone fired up and ready to play. I'm sold on Sam, but I'm going back inside until we make some changes. That's fine. That's fine. Don't be throwing y'all coats around inside. Hang them shits up. Clean up the goddamn house since y'all going inside. Clean that bitch up. That shit better be spotless when I come back inside after the season over with. Eddie Clayton, been a member for 13 months. Appreciate you. Who writes, this is so sad, Louie. We invested so much time. You know the season ain't over, right? I mean, I know it seems like it's over tonight, but we still got 12 games left. We do this every year, by the way. I've done this with you guys the last 3 years, in particular with Ron here. You guys do the whole season's over, you know, we're trash, fire everybody, which it's literally warranted this time, though. In the past, it hasn't been. It is warranted this time. It's time to move on. We've done this too many times, right? However, they're still going to play the 12 games, whether you guys are going to watch or not. So it's not over. It's just disappointing, right? You know, the beauty of playing on a Thursday, Thursdays suck, first and foremost. They suck. But the beauty of playing on a Thursday is that if you win, man, does it make that Sunday enjoyable. And those next 10 days, so enjoyable that your team won and you just kind of just relax. Like, I'm supposed to be going to watch the games with my family this weekend. I haven't had a chance to do that because I always work on Sundays. I don't even know if I want to do that shit. I don't even feel like making that drive and watching the games with them. Like, I'm just like, right now, I'm not in the mood for that shit. I don't know if I feel like canceling on them or if I'm still going to go. I probably should go, but I feel like shit right now. I don't really want to go watch games with anybody else right now. That's what losing a Thursday night game to a winless team does to you. Just losing a Thursday night game in general. Had this been Philadelphia instead of Chicago, it still would have felt like trash. But add to the fact that it's a winless Bears team and they dominated us in the fashion that they did, makes it 10 times worse. B Chow, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, why do our so-called great receivers not put up numbers? You got to start at the top with the offensive coordinator. Okay. Got to start with the offensive coordinator. He thinks he's still in Kansas City with a scheme that was centered around the tight end. Terry and Jahan have trouble separating, or is it a coaching issue? EB loves his tight ends. No, this is not a Terry. This is the thing. You can't start trying to make this a Terry and Jahan issue. Was Terry eaten before EB got here with lesser quarterbacks? Absolutely. So this is not a Terry issue. This ain't a Terry issue. This ain't a Jahan issue. This is an EB issue. This is an Eric Bieniemy issue. And until he solves this riddle, and I don't know why it's so hard to get your best players the football, until he solves this riddle, this will continue to be a problem. Because I'm going to go get me some water. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to tell y'all something funny that to me is another microcosm of where we are as a football team. I'll be right back. Let me go get some water. You want me to tell you something funny? This is how ass backwards our offense is and how clueless we are offensively. We call a timeout with 3 seconds left in the first half. There's no way in hell we're scoring. But what's it going to hurt you? You're down 27-3. I mean, the only thing that could hurt is if you fumble this thing, they pick it up and run it for a touchdown. So they're going to go. They got their guys 50 yards back. There's no way you're throwing a Hail Mary from that far and reaching the end zone and scoring. None of that's just going to happen. Of all the players on the field, they have Sam, or maybe Sam made this decision, which, again, don't leave these decisions in the hands of the players. You make them throw the ball to the guy you want them to throw the ball to. Of all the players on the field, Sam throws the ball to Logan Thomas. If that ain't a microcosm of this warped ass offense that we're in right now. And I think EB is excellent from an X's and O's standpoint, right? But sometimes it ain't X's and O's, it's just Jimmy and Joe's. Like, I don't really give a shit about your little mirror concept. I don't give a shit about your little fake drag, comeback 15 yards up. I don't care about. I just want you to get it to the playmakers. 17, 4, and 1. I'm seeing too much Byron Pringle. I'm seeing too much Logan Thomas. I'm seeing too much of everybody but the guys that need to be touching the ball that can impact the game. So no, V-Child, this isn't a Terry and Jahan issue separating. This is a offensive coordinator issue. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up rights. Ronnie doesn't know JDR's gotta go. I agree. Sad Giants fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, rights. Hey man, thanks for getting us close to Caleb. That would be like a double whammy. You're not going to get to Caleb. You guys are going to win some games. Even if we got to help you, maybe we'll give you a win or two. Maybe we'll give you a win or two just to make sure you don't get Caleb. Can't happen. He can't be in our division. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Video channel writes 35, 37, 34, 40. That's the points given up in the last 4 games. That's it right there. I explained away the 30. So we didn't give up 35. We gave up 33, right, against Buffalo. But I explained away the 33. Oh, it's a Hail Mary. There were 6 straight possessions against Denver that they didn't score. Either they punted or they turned it over, right? Then the 37, it was a 20-0 ball game. And then the offense turned it over. The wheels fell off. It was 16-0 rather. And then, the turnovers, the wheels fell off. I could explain that one away. The 34 against Philadelphia, that's a good football team. Hey, Jalen Hurts, AJ Brown. Hey, there's no defense of tonight's performance. None. 0. You couldn't defend this if you tried. There's just no way. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Lou, I'm in total shock. Get in line. Join the club, Rob. This team is just too inconsistent. What did I tell you guys about consistency? I said the thing that scares me with this team is the lack of consistency. It's the one thing that's stopping me from just going all in. Right, is just the lack of consistency. I said everything else I think is manageable. The defense is manageable. Obviously not tonight, but defense is manageable. The offense is capable. Like, I just don't trust the consistency. You don't know what you're going to get week to week with Washington. You just don't. One week they show up and they're lights out and you're like, hey, they can play with anybody. The next week they show up and they look like the worst team in football. That's coaching. That's what that is. That's coaching. Consistency is all about coaching. You have to demand that from your players. That's not optional. There is a standard that is set, and this is how we play, and this is who we're going to be. And if you can't meet that standard on a weekly basis, you got to come out of the lineup. I'm going to get somebody else in there that's hungry and dying for an opportunity. He says, the first half was absolutely laughable. Guys open all night and gaping holes. I was more disappointed in the run game. The run defense. I mean, that shit was appalling. Watching them on 3rd and 7 hand it off and get 8, 9, 10, 12, 15 yards. I'm like, what the hell am I watching here? You that afraid of Justin Fields? That there's these massive holes in the run game on 3rd and 7. I know you don't expect a run, but my goodness, After they gutted you the first time, don't you think you would clean that shit up? Clearly not. Clearly not. Zach J, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Zach J writes, Lou, we both know it won't happen, but this is a fireable offense. I agree. we as you mentioned, we both know it's not going to happen, but I agree. Heads should roll after this. This is inexcusable. There's no defense for this. I don't want to hear, aggression at the podium. Nobody cares about that. We've done this too many times. This is a fireable offense. I think Ron might be coaching for his job next week, but I'm still with NHL. I mean, if you're going to fire him, this is the time to do it. You're not going to fire him 5 weeks into the season. But you don't have a bye week until week 14. There's never a good time to fire a coach in season, but if you're going to do it, it's with more time for the next guy to get acclimated. This is the time to do it. We don't have another one of these. There's no more time off until December. This is it. If you were going to fire somebody, this is the time to do it. They're not going to do it. It'd be nice to wake up to breaking news. Washington fires fill in the blank. Not going to happen. B-Hat, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. B-Hat writes, Emmanuel Forbes is getting beat week after week now. With him being a first-round pick, would you think he would be playing a little bit better than this? Here's the problem. Last week, he got beat like a drum. You saw him have an emotional breakdown on the sideline. He then deactivates his Twitter account. So emotionally, he's not where he needs to be. He comes out, confidence is already shaken a bit. He gives up a big play early in the game, misses a tackle. They pull him out of the game. I would have pulled him out too. Like, you can't, bro, you killing me. It don't matter what. They had him at safety on that play. And he's the defender that comes down and fills and gives the worst tackle attempt on Khalil Herbert, and he takes off about a 40-yard run. That's all Emmanuel Forbes. So they yank him out of the game again. Then they reinsert him later, and he gives up the play to DJ Moore. At that point, you stand by me now, because you don't serve a purpose right now, because you're not even doing the little things right. Now it's about confidence. And if they don't build that back up in him, you just wasted a first-round pick. Everybody comes in the league being able to play. It's about confidence. Once you lose confidence, it's over. He doesn't have any right now. Either you build it back up or you got a first-round bust on your hand. And, I don't like using the B word, especially 5 games in. But it may not be this staff. The next staff might have to come in here and shine him up, repackage him, and get him to believe again. CJ Shoots photo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, I was going to blame it on our uniforms, but fact is we are not who we thought we were. Camel's back is broken. I can't do this. It's not me. It's you. We can't even get the little things right. Like, I was watching the game tonight, and I just knew they were going to paint the end zones black. The logo in the middle of the field was going to be black. Like the Vikings game, remember, they painted everything black, and then they had it was in October, so they had the little outline with the pink. I thought they were going to do that, or was it salute to service or whatever it was? I thought they were going to do that. Instead, we show up in all black uniforms, but the end zone is burgundy and the logo in the middle of the field is burgundy. What the F are you guys doing? We can't even get that shit right. When you wear your alternate uniforms, the stadium, the field is supposed to match that. I thought they knew that. We can't even get the little things right. This organization they piss me off to no end. We can't even do the little stuff right. Paint the end zones black. What are we doing? That's lazy. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, oh, wow. I can just feel the rage leaving my body now that it's over. I don't think I've ever been more livid with this team in my life. I'm honestly more mad at myself for being confident when my intuition screamed otherwise. You know what? I think more than anything else as a fan, when I've been my maddest, it's been because of that exact reason. I let my guards down, right? I allowed myself to be sucked in again. I'm over that now. I've been through it so many times. Like, I'm not to the point where, like, I've been there where you are. Like, I can't. If we didn't have Sam Howell, I don't know where I would be this season. Because I would literally, after this type of performance, like if Heineke was our quarterback, I don't know where I would go right now. I don't know what I would do. I would have nothing to watch for. I still have a purpose. Sam Howell. So I have a reason. But if he wasn't here, I don't know why I would be watching the remaining 12 games of the season. Because I know the staff's not going to be here. So, it would serve no purpose, really. Because we know everything's going to change next year. I'm just trying to make sure with all the changes, my guy Sam doesn't get swept up in them. That's my purpose for sticking around at this point. We got new ownership. I already told y'all, no matter what happens this year, we won. Don't lose sight of that. Don't lose sight of that. A lot of us wanted the staff to change, but we wanted to win more. I can't speak for anybody else out there. I was willing to take more Ron for an 11-win season. Did I want more Ron? Did I want more Jack? No. But I was willing to take it for an 11-win season and a trip to the playoffs and all that comes with it. Because I'm just tired of losing. Just ready to win. But in order for us to actually get where we want to go, we got to get the right people in here. And we're going to put that onus on this ownership group to find the right people. Start with the GM, find the right coach, and let's get this thing going in the right direction. But I want Sam to be at the forefront of that. So I got to keep trucking this season and make sure that my guy 14 is out here slinging that thing around the field and showing everybody that he can do this, because he can. I just hope he's got enough help up front. Rob, you. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy Rob, you writes, all the excitement of getting the team back means nothing if they don't hold up their end of the deal. Look, Rob, don't get too carried away. All right. I know it sucks right now in the moment, but understand that trumps everything. Getting the team back was everything. Because without that, there's no hope. Even as bad as we feel right now, the future is as bright as it's ever been because there's no Daniel Snyder blocking the sun. So don't lose sight of that. Now, again, if you want some of those fans back that are still off to the side, you got to win. Like, there's no talking. There's no amount of money you can put into the stadium. There's none of that. None of that's going to winning is what's going to bring people back. But we knew going into the season that the staff that was already here stands for EB losers. We already knew that. We were hoping EB would bring winning pedigree with him. And his winning pedigree rubs off on the losers that were already here. That's what we were hoping. It hasn't happened. Instead, they're bringing him down, right? So it's looking like a full reset. We'll see. Fount JD, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Ron Rivera is a Snyder holdover. He has the stench of Snyder. Close the book. Oh, it's going to be closed after this season. It's going to be closed. Like, there's probably internal discussions right now on, what they're going to do. Because I can tell you right now, like Magic Johnson watching this shit, Josh Harris watching this shit, Mitchell Rails, Ein, all of those, they watching this shit and they're like, nah, this ain't good enough. This ain't good enough. We got to do something. JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy JP writes, this might be the most disgusting loss we've had since Ron has been here. And we've had a lot of them. No, this is it, JP. You hit it right on the head. Nail right on the head. This is the most disgusting loss we've had. And remember, every time we've gotten our asses handed to us in the first half of a game under Ron, we've always come back and made it competitive. And we did that for the most part. But generally, it doesn't end like this, right? It's a 3-point loss. It's a, 8-point, 9-point loss, something like that. Sly missing the field goal is essentially us letting the rope go. It's the equivalent of Josh Allen running the touchdown in when it was 16-0 2 weeks ago. The dam broke at that point. Sam throws the pick six, then they run the ball down our throats and score another touchdown. You could see, when the rope gets let go, right? They were pulling and they were fighting, and then AG fumbles, Allen runs the touchdown, and they let the rope go. Okay, we can't fight anymore. Tonight, they were fighting, and it was funny. I had a conversation with my dad before the game. Poor dad, he picked us in the survivor pool. And boss man said, hey, don't let me down. I said, all right, I don't know about this, buddy, but okay. And he said, I told him the Bears should have won last week. I said, you should have picked us when we played Arizona in week 1. I wouldn't have done it tonight. And he said, they the worst team in football, man. I said, they should have won last week. They dominated. He said, but they didn't. You know why? Because they turned the ball over and they did stupid shit. That's what bad teams do. Well, you know what? We're a bad team. Because right when we were trying to come back, Logan Thomas fumbles. As we're getting our ass kicked in the first half, Sam throws a pick. That's what bad teams do. They compound matters and make them worse. You're trying to fight. You go down. You get a touchdown. You finally get a defensive stop. And what do? You fight for extra yards. And he's already losing the ball, right? The shit was already down by his nutsack, trying to pick it up. At some point, you got to realize, just fall down. You fighting a good fight, but what's extra yard or two going to do? Just fall down. It's 8 Bears. And you know what I'm asking? Where are the Commanders? Where are the black shirts at? It's just him and Curtis Samuel over there. 6 Bears over there. Nobody decided to run over there and try to push the pile, try to help Logan out. Nothing. Just watching. That's the kind of football team we got. This is by far and away the most disgusting loss, which is why I advocate start firing folks. Rico L. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I got Rico writes, Lou, 2 straight games letting just one receiver go off. We have a serious problem. Plus, the O-line made the Bears line look like superstars. I wouldn't go that far, but look, when you had 2 sacks coming into the game and you give up 6 or 7 or whatever the number ended up being, yeah, that's pathetic, But again, like we've seen in the Bills game in particular, when we ended up giving up 9, how many of those were at the end? Bills knew we had to throw the football. They're pinning their ears back, and Sam's got nowhere to go with the ball. That's 2 or 3 of the sacks came at the end of the game where they knew he had to throw the ball. Like, it's the 3 that they got when the game was still in the balance that pisses me off. Again, the one receiver kicking your ass, again, that goes back to coaching. I've always said this. And one thing I've always loved and admired about Bill Belichick is the thing that you do best, you're not going to beat me doing that. Hey, you beat me some other way, you got me. I tip my cap. But what Bill Belichick isn't going to allow you to do is he's not going to allow, if you only have Devontae Adams, he's not going to allow Devontae Adams to have 12 catches for 172 yards. He's just not going to let it happen. If you got DJ Moore, he's not going to allow DJ Moore to have 9 catches for 230 yards and 3 touchdowns. He's just not going to let that happen. But we got Jack Del Rio. So AJ Brown has 9 catches for 175 yards and 2 touchdowns. Because we got Jack Del Rio. Ben Hanniger, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I laid tonight's game at the feet of Ron and Jack, as you should. After 3 years, this is the best you give us? Question mark. I'm done defending them. Time for something new. Still want EB as OC or head coach. Still believe in Sam. I need to see more from EB before I endorse him. Because while I've seen a lot of good, I've seen some troubling things that I've brought up in previous weeks that haven't really been corrected consistently. I was really pleased with what I saw last week in terms of targets for Jahan, Terry, and Curtis. That went by the wayside tonight. We're back to the drawing board in that department. And, you know, what's really startling for me with EB in this particular game is the fact that the Bears secondary was decimated. Bears O-line decimated. And Jack didn't try. He didn't smell blood in the water. His olfactory doesn't work. Jack's olfactory doesn't work. So he didn't smell the blood in the water. So he just rushed forward. He didn't attack a line that's shuffling around pieces. Their center leaves the game. They take their guard, move him to center. Their left guard gets injured. They got to bring a guy that they didn't want to play tonight, and Tevin Jenkins, off the bench to play for him. We got all kinds of pieces mixed and matched, and we're just going to rush forward. Didn't happen until the second half, where we're getting our brains bashed in 27-3, where Jack said, hey, let's challenge them up front. You idiot. EB, on the other hand, you come out and your first 2 out of 3 plays are runs. And then on a second and 11 on the second possession, you run it. And get into 3rd and 9 and don't convert. And they got 3 guys in their secondary out. And this is the game plan? Run Brian Robinson? We begged you to run Brian Robinson earlier this season, and you refused when he was averaging 7-8 yards a pop. And now, with a compromised Bears secondary, this is your game plan? Run Brian Robinson early and often? What? Yeah, I got issues with him too right now. Lucky Chuck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we need an O-line. That's not going to be fixed until next year. But if it were up to me, that's what I'm spending my first round pick on, a left tackle. Spending it on a left tackle. And I probably draft multiple offensive linemen. But again, there's still Ricky Stromberg. He may ultimately be really good. You know, there's still Braden Daniels. He may ultimately be good at some position, guard, tackle. I don't really know. So there's stuff that you might have to work with down the road, but it doesn't help you now, right? Super DB Goat, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, I'm so disappointed. We will still do our usual playoff push, and I think that's going to be the case, right? But they just never can make it easy. Consistency, expectations are still our enemy. We don't handle success well. Not that we had it this year. But you were 2-0. You got a chance to really make a name for yourself against Buffalo, and that's the effort we come out with. You go on the road. First of all, Ron should have gone for 2. I can't stress this enough, but we didn't, and we didn't win the game. And you come out flat, and you look like one of the worst teams in football against the worst team in football. I guess the Panthers are probably the worst team, the second worst team in football. And, you know, what does that say about you? It's always been consistency with us. Always. Never fails. Always been this way. And here I was thinking this year's going to be different. Why? Because in past years, we start the season off 1 and whatever. You fill in the blank. 1-7 in 2020. 2-6 in 2021. And it was 1-4 last year. So I'm thinking, hell, we already ahead of the game. We 2-0. Bears, Falcons, and Giants coming up. Shit. Let's go get to 5-2. Who the hell am I kidding? Still Ron Rivera, Jack Del Rio and company. Ain't shit changed. Just a year. Co. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Dave, for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, credit to Chicago for getting the job done. We really need to take a long look in the mirror and eliminate the flaws because this shit is unacceptable. Credit to them. Credit to them. Rashad Coker, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Percy Butler getting fried every game isn't talked about enough. Fire JDR, doesn't know how to call a defense. D-line is not elite. O-line is putrid. You remember I had a rant like 2.5 years ago about this D-line? Don't talk to me about them being elite. Everybody likes to build up this defensive line, right? And I had this rant that we weren't that good on the D-line. This is when Chase was in the midst of that 1.5 sack season. We couldn't get to the quarterback in 2021, and I went off. Last year, we kind of went back to looking like that line again. Allen was dominant. Payne was his best version of himself. Sweat was coming along. And, you know, whatever we got from that other defensive end spot was cool. We've regressed this year. We're back to looking like the 2021 squad that can't get to the quarterback without blitzing. If it's not Daron Payne, it's nobody. And now he's getting double teams. So everybody else is getting pretty much singled up. You'll get a chip here and there on Sweat and Young on the outside. Allen gets his fair share of double teams too, but generally they're doubling Payne. He's the one. And nobody else is winning. If it ain't, I always say if it's not 94, I don't trust anybody. You give me one guy to win in a one-on-one situation. Give me 94. Percy Butler is a liability back there. He's a liability. Red Wing 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I'm a very patient man, and I never call for heads unless the writing is on the wall. Well, it's written in stone. I'm done with Ron and JDR. Now, I am too. I'm just like you. I'm not looking to fire anybody because what is that going to solve, right? Especially 5 games in. But this is what I do know. If you want a head start on the competition, looking for the next head coach, in order to get that ball rolling, you got to fire your head coach during the season. Now, you still can't talk to anybody. If you want an assistant coach on somebody else's staff, they still coaching. So that ain't going to really help you unless you're courting someone that's out of football right now. And there's not a big name out of football right now. The last big name out of ball was Sean Payton. There's nobody that got fired this year where he's just sitting out and he'll be back next year. So there's nobody that you can say, hey, I'm going to fire Ron now because I want to start courting this guy and seeing if I can't get him to coach my team next year. So there isn't one of those dudes. So firing Ron doesn't do anything because the next coach is probably on somebody else's staff. So you don't have to wait till the season's over to talk to him anyway. So at this point, firing Ron doesn't do anything, but I'm all for firing Jack. But again, who's calling the defensive plays if you do that? Jeff Scanina? Like, who's calling the defensive plays? We don't have another guy that's ever called plays in the NFL on our roster, on our staff. So I just don't see them doing that, you know? But they're going after the season. I can assure you that. Only way they're not going is if they don't lose another game, you know, the rest of the season, or they win 10 out of their next 12. That shit's not happening, right? We see what this is. They're done. Rob U, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rob U writes, JDR with no first half pressure or adjustments. Ron not calling timeouts before the half to try to get the ball back to score is ridiculous. Ron was shell-shocked. He didn't know if he was coming or going in that first half. You should have seen his face. Ron looked like he was completely befuddled. He didn't know what the hell was happening. He couldn't believe his eyes. And as a fan, that has watched his entire tenure here, I'm like, Ron, why are you surprised, bro? This is the shit you do. Every single game that we've started out like this, I've predicted it in some way, shape, or form by saying, hey, don't let this happen. This team is going to come out with this type of energy. You have to match it. And every time we come out just like this. I said it against Detroit last year. I said it against Denver earlier this year. I said it before. I literally said this today. I said there, and this was before we found out Dick Butkus died, by the way. I said they're going to come out with a level of desperation that can only be matched by a team that understands that they're winless and they're going to do everything in their power. They literally came here, won the toss, and received the football. That's the mindset they came in here with. Understand the balls. You heard what they said. When a team wins the toss, 91% of the time they defer. When Justin Fields went like this, I said, is it overtime? Is he dancing? Like, they wanted the ball. You know why? Because they knew they could score. They looked at film and they said, we can move the ball on these clowns. And that they did. That they did. Rob Weta, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, what did you tell your team? Ron, I didn't say anything. Drag your ass, Ron. That was classic Ron Rivera. What did you tell your team? I didn't tell them anything. They spoke amongst themselves. And what did they say? They got to do it for each other. Ron, get your ass out of here. Go inside, pack your shit. All right? Don't leave nothing behind. Get the hell out of here, man. Again, I appreciate your service, but it's time for you to go. Pack your shit up, please. Ozo Fazo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, a secondary full of bench players, 20 points? Nah. That, again, there are a lot of EB apologists. And my, rebuttal to that is, bro, you got to deliver more than that in the first half. You can't wait till the second half. You at some point you should have been going exclusively to Sam. Like, all right, we about to carve these boys. And if you claim you came in knowing that you weren't going to be able to get the ball down the field, so it's going to be a short pass. Okay, well, let's do the short passing game thing. We just did it against Philadelphia to perfection. Let's just do that. Everybody else was taking advantage of the Bears on offense, on defense. And then we show up and all of a sudden we can't take advantage of a line that is depleted and a secondary that's depleted. Again, make it make sense. Lucky Chuck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I am so disappointed in the defense. Get in line. Get in line. Frankie, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I got to watch the game with all my best friends, and I didn't let this team wreck my birthday. Good for you. Good for you. With that being said, Forbes' piss poor effortless tackling was horrific. I told you, I was told he was physical, Lou. Where? I thought he was more physical. I'm guilty as charged. I thought he was more physical than what I've seen in these first couple games. I told you the hustle or lack thereof against Philadelphia when he gave up the big ball to A.J. Brown was alarming to me. We saw more of that tonight. Again, it's not so much the plays that he's given up. It's the demeanor in which he's given up the plays. It's how he's given up the plays. He looks like a defeated young player right now. Again, his confidence is in the toilet. This is where you need somebody to go to him and say, hey, young fella, we believe in you. We spent a first round pick on you, but you got to do things the right way. Right now, he's in his head and he's just sinking, lower and lower to lower and lower depths because he's not getting the shit done. And he's compounding matters by, trying to squeeze so tight. Like he went to knock that ball down because he wanted to make a play. And in missing that, he made it even worse. Because they would have preferred him just go and push him out of bounds and have it be a 5-yard gain. I think it would have brought up 3rd and like 5. But instead, you miss, and now it's a 48-yard gain, and now they're in field goal range. And that field goal that we just got, we're giving it right back. So you just spent essentially 6 to 7 minutes of the third quarter clock running in place because you haven't gained any ground because you just gave back the field goal that was going to allow you to win the game with 2 touchdowns and 2 extra points. So at that point, you're like, bro, just come over here and stand with me. You don't get it right now. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, yeah, we trash, Lou. Mother F Ron. Next. Yeah, it's time to move on from Ron, bro. And they're going to do it. Again, we got 12 more games of this. I've already told you what my goal is for the next 12 weeks. Or 13. I'm actually glad we only have one more primetime game because, and I expect us to play well against Dallas. Let's see, that's week 12, right? That's an even week. So we're going to play well against Dallas because if we keep on with the same trend right now, bad game in week 1, good game in week 2, bad game in week 3, good game in week 4, bad game in week 5. So you continue that, the even numbers are going to be the good weeks. So we got Dallas in week 12. That should be a good game on Thanksgiving then. As long as we're healthy by the time we get to week 12, that should be fun. Rob Yu, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rob Yu writes, the Bears dominated the line of scrimmage from the onset. What the F? We looked disinterested. We looked unprepared. We looked like they were constantly running Justin Fields, student body left, student body right. And I'm like, y'all acting like y'all didn't know this shit was coming. 3rd and 7, they're running, gun runs right up the middle. And you would have thought we never seen one. You can run on 3rd down and 7? That's allowed? Yeah, you can run on 3rd and 7. You can actually do that. I mean, I was baffled at what I was watching. Like, we looked like we prepared for a totally different team. Like, they skipped a week and they thought they were getting the Falcons this week. And oh shit, wrong team. We're playing the Bears this week. Damn, I thought we've been watching Falcons film all week. That's what it looked like. They act like they didn't know we were playing DJ Moore. Damn, I thought we were playing against Drake London. I didn't know we were playing DJ Moore. I thought we were playing against Desmond Ridder. I didn't know we were playing against Justin Fields. Damn. All right, next week. Charlie Barshotti, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, love Sam, but if the regime changes, I think he gone. And that's what I'm trying to guard against. If a regime change, no, not an if. When the regime changes, I need to make sure that Sam is still here, still left standing. That's what I'm fighting for the rest of the season. Because I know Sam can play. I know Sam's good. Marky Dan 123. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Marky Dan writes, Gonzalez would have given you an instant all-pro at corner. Forbes is a project. Back-to-back spankings. I mean, go watch my draft day excitement when the Jets passed, when the Steelers, I think the Steelers traded back, or New England traded back. Somebody traded back, and the Jets traded up, and they didn't come up for a corner. They took a edge rusher. I think they took the kid out of Iowa State. And I was so excited. Go watch my reaction. I thought we were getting, I started yelling like Speedy Gonzalez. Andale, yeehaw. Felt like we just stole something. And then they take Forbes. I mocked us Forbes because I knew they liked him, though. Same thing I did in 2021. Even though I didn't want Jamin Davis, what did I do? I mocked us Jamin Davis. Why? Because they tell us what they're going to do. They telegraph it. Ozo Fazo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Ozo Fazo writes, Ron's not even coaching at this point. No words on the sidelines at all game. No halftime speech to your players that needed one after that first half. Shaking my head. I said this 2 weeks ago. What is Ron actually doing, right? He's not calling any plays offensively or defensively. I mean, he's overseeing the team, I guess. That's what head coaches are supposed to do, kind of be a bit of a manager of things. He's overseeing everything, but he don't do nothing. He don't do anything. So, I don't know. JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. JP writes, this loss is squarely on the coaches and the defense. Gibson had an awful drop at the end, and Forbes was benched. Don't even get me started with Cody Barton, and we could have had Edmonds, who I wanted. They weren't going to spend that kind of money at linebacker. They didn't have it, as you can see. They didn't have that kind of money to spend, clearly, because we were going through an ownership change. So they didn't have that kind of bread to spend. You saw what we were doing. We went penny pinching for offensive linemen, right? There were good offensive linemen available in free agency this year. And we went for a 3-year, $21 million left right tackle, Andrew Wiley. I told you all you needed to know. We weren't going to spend. Cole Holcomb signed a 3-year, $15 million, I think, 18 in Pittsburgh. And I think they can get out of the deal after 1 year. They didn't want him back. They weren't going to spend big money in free agency. Is what I'm trying to convey to you. Co, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, coaching adjustments is a must. Rio and Ron need to go. Howell is still our guy, by the way. If anybody's watching this thing with their eyes open, then I don't have to explain to you that Sam Howell is fully capable and looks the part of a starting NFL quarterback. I don't have to explain that to you. It's just a matter of, can he just continue to fight through all of the nonsense? You know, the sacks. I watch the film, but some of these routes, I'm like, I got Terry running a post corner right into the safety. I'm like, what are we doing? How is he supposed to get open? Like, they're coming with all-out pressure, and we're running 11 yards. Like, why are we not? And some of this is on Sam. He's working one side of the field, but he's got to see the pressure. And this is where experience comes in. This is why I need him to continue to play, see more things, and he'll get more acclimated to it. Because there's times where pressure comes, and I'm like, Sam, you got a easy throw to Curtis Samuel on a shallow cross, and he's not working that side of the field. You always throw into the blitz. If they're blitzing from the left, you should be throwing to the left. If they're blitzing from the right, then you should be replacing them with the throw, right? But he's not doing that right now. Sometimes he's not even seeing the blitz. That corner blitz by Greg Stroman, he didn't even know it was coming. So, and this is experience. He'll learn. He'll be able to identify that a little bit better. But he's not there yet, clearly. Lucky Chuck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Lucky Chuck writes, Commanders make Chicago Bears look like 85 Bears. Jack's got to go. We made the Bears look really good tonight. I won't say 85 Bears. They weren't that dominant. In the first half, maybe. But Uncle Jay, my guy Jason Rogers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. Lou, what a crap show. This ain't it. Not to the Bears. What the F? Bro, I'm just effing tired. This team has enough talent for this not to happen. Facts. That's the biggest argument that I have with those who want to blow it up, the roster, all of that. The roster is good enough to win and to beat teams like Chicago. It's just this staff isn't it. They haven't been it, and we've reached our wits' end as a fan base with this because, again, at the end of last season, we all wanted, I think I speak for everyone, and I don't like doing that. But I think I speak for everyone when I said we wanted wholesale changes. But we knew that wasn't going to happen when you were in the midst of an ownership change. What good does it do you to fire Ron Rivera and you don't even have an owner in here? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Somebody's got to run the organization. Someone's got to run the day-to-day. We didn't get our new owner until July. So what were you going to do? Who was going to actually hire the coach? You fire Ron and all of his staff. We don't even have a GM. Who's going to pick the GM? So there was no way we were going to be able to do that. So we were stuck for another year, and EB was the only thing that gave us hope. And EB hasn't been terrible. I'm disappointed in the lack of getting the playmakers involved and getting the ball to the best players on the offense. If we keep talking about the wide receivers being the strength of this team, yet they're not being utilized in that manner, that's frustrating to me. But EB is the least of our problems. The least of our problems. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ethan Dykes writes, I'm usually not this guy, but fire everyone. This is one of those nights. That's allowed. No effort. That was embarrassing. Pissed ourselves. Only positives. Logan, Chase, Sam, only ones hustling. I'm pretty sure there were a couple more guys that played well tonight, but it was tough. It was a tough watch all the way around. You know, it started. I felt like I was in the twilight zone, how this game started. We got to 3rd and long with Justin Fields at quarterback twice on the first possession. And both times you let DJ Moore, the one guy that you know can hurt you, behind you, both times for a touchdown. You had him 3rd and 9, you had him 3rd and 10 in the red zone. And somehow you managed to let him behind you again. I felt like I was in the twilight zone watching the first 20 minutes of this game. Like, what is going on right now? Is this a dream? This is a nightmare. Wake me up. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, F this, Lou. I'm drinking tequila now. I thought about making me a drink. I might make me one. You know, I'm thinking about making a drink just to take the edge off, but I'm calm right now, and I'm going to remain calm. I told you I wasn't going to come up here and fuss because I've seen this enough times. I get mad when something happens and I didn't expect it, and I've never seen it before, or I was just expecting, like, I knew that this was a possibility. As crazy as that sounds, which is why I talked about all the stuff that I talked about earlier in the day. Even down to me explaining that the Bears came into this game on a 4-game losing streak, just like we did last year. They're coming off of an excruciating home loss in a game that they thought they should have won, just like we did last year. They're on the road, just like we were last year. And we're wearing alternate uniforms, and just like they did last year. I said there's so many similarities here. It's eerie. It's scary, actually. Butkus passing away was the cherry on top. Like, oh, this can't be good. Oh, man. Trevor Patch, thank you for being a member of the MOBB for 23 months. Who writes, we lost to an OSU QB. Let that sink in, Mob. I'm actually happy for Justin Fields. I want him to succeed. I just didn't want him to succeed against us tonight, you know, but I want to see him play well. I still think I still think if you heat him up, he struggles. I just thought that they were going to use whatever Kansas City used. EB coming from Kansas City, I'm pretty sure he was enjoying watching that. I just thought they were going to do that, but we didn't. TJ Scott, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Ron should have gone when he admitted that he didn't know the playoff situation. Tonight was a slap in the face to the most loyal fans in the NFL. Tonight did feel like a slap in the face, but again, we've been slapped so many times. At this point, one of the reasons I don't particularly like hitting my kids is because if you hit your kids too much, they become immune to it. Now, all of a sudden, the threat of violence doesn't affect them, right? I like using my voice, my words, right? And if I do have to get physical, then they know they really, really must have effed up because dad doesn't do that, right? We've been slapped so many times by this organization. I mean, I know a lot of you are really upset tonight. And some of you just, my guy Red Wing said this is the most upset he's ever been, right? I'm not. That's why I'm not up here ranting and raving. I've been slapped so many times by this organization that I'm immune to it almost. If you told me that this was going to happen 5 weeks ago, I'd say I could see that. I thought this was less likely after the performance last week. But if anybody would have told you this 2 weeks after the Buffalo game, you would have thought this was possible. We've been here before. Rob U, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rob U writes, Lou, I've never been on the fire everyone train shit. Gets old after a while. Had enough of Ron and Jack. Thank you for your service, but please go. I already sent them inside to pack their things. So yeah, it's that kind of night. It's a fireable offense type of night. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. E writes, I hate to say it, but another 8-win season. Yep, maybe 7. Might not make it to 8 this year. Maybe 7. Somewhere, but we're going to do the Rivera thing. We've done that song and dance enough to know what it looks like. We're going to do that thing again. 7-10, 7-9-1, 8-8-1, 8-9. Somewhere in that neighborhood. That's where we'll finish this year. Font JD, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, hey, Lou, I told you last week that we need to blitz more. Our front four is not getting it done. I'd rather cause chaos in the backfield instead of letting teams carve us up. There's a time and a place to blitz, right? We got the Bears to third down enough times in this game that we should have been able to be aggressive. That first third down was a prime example of what I'm talking about with Jack, where he just doesn't read the room well. Here you are with a quarterback that struggles when his clock is expedited, and you're going to allow him to stand back there for 3.5 seconds. What did you think was going to happen? That's when he's his most comfortable. They showed this stat tonight. When he hold the ball for 3 seconds or more, he was 0 of 3. Yeah. Well, that first third down in the game, I'd love to see how long he held the ball for, because it had to be damn near 3 seconds, if not exceeding 3 seconds. He just stood back there. They should have been coming after him. On 3rd and 9, I want Justin Fields to be panicking, not standing back there calmly in the pocket. But again, that's Jack Del Rio for you. John Perez, my guy JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, only silver lining in this game are how is the guy and Logan and CY99 both played good games. And Terry went missing tonight. There's got to be an explanation for that. I haven't been on socials. I was afraid to go on social media. I'm not going to lie. I didn't have my phone by me the entire game anyway. I didn't have my watch on, which gives me updates, people texting me or stuff. I didn't have any of that. So I didn't see anything. I'm glad I didn't. It probably would have made the experience even worse because I know I'm getting crucified, and that's fine. When you do what I do, you set yourself up for these types of situations, especially when your team isn't very good. So comes with the territory. But I would love to know what the hell happened with Terry tonight. That was really weird. Not Terry. All right, I got to figure what out. Something, just not, the math ain't mathing. Bear it down. And my guy BD, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. 25 months. who writes, Lou, I don't even know how to defend this team. We didn't know how to defend the Bears, clearly. So it doesn't look like anybody knows how to defend anything right now. But seriously, how can you defend them? What do you say? You gave up 40 points to one of the worst teams in football. What do you say? What is there to say? We were down by 24 points at halftime to an 0-4 football team. What do you say to that? What is it that you can say? Nothing is the answer. Nothing. Font JD, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we have been tenderized. Yes, we have. Yes, we have, Font JD. We have been tenderized. Real good for those Falcons next week. We've been tenderized real good. Maybe the Eagles tenderized us for the Bears. Maybe that's what happened. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rob writes, hope when the regime changes, 14 is still the guy. And that's what I'm here for. That's all that's left for me, is making sure that NHO remains the main thing. Because I remember I'd done a poll before the season started. I put this poll out and I asked you guys I gave you a bevy of scenarios. And one of the options was, we don't win this year, heads roll, all that good stuff, but we established that Sam is the guy. He's franchise quarterback material. And that was like the number 2 answer behind winning big this year, which if you win big this year, Sam would have to be the guy in that scenario anyway. But I was so happy, and I remember telling you guys this, I was so happy to see the responses because you guys understood what was most important. We got to figure out this quarterback thing. You don't have one of those, you don't have a chance, man. So making sure that Sam is in fact the guy is paramount. And that's what I'm here for. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Trev writes, hire me as GM. I'll get Ben Johnson in tomorrow. Impossible. Impossible. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, hot garbage, trash can water juice, basura. No excuse. I'm too old for this ish, Lou. Enough. Get in line. Get in line. You sound like 3/4 of the fan base right now. Get in line. Joseph's Journey. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we can't win with Ron. Most overrated coach. It's a lot of overrated aspects of this team right now. And Ron, I don't think Ron's overrated. I think we know what Ron is as a coach. I think when we first got him, I think we overrated him. But we were so excited to get a guy with the, credentials of a Ron Rivera. We didn't think we would get that with what our organization had been through. So we were just excited to get a guy that had been to a Super Bowl. But it didn't take us long to realize. And then you started hearing, hey, he's only had 3 winning seasons and X amount, And we ran through a couple of stop signs and red lights because we were excited. But it didn't take us long to realize, oh, damn. Divine Ducare, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Lou, I'm upset because this defense is not good, but man, we have a QB. But why do we run so much from gun? I can't stand it. That's because that's the offense that they run. That's EB's offense. That's what he does, And so that's who he is. I don't love it either, but I don't hate it. We've had success out of the gun. Tonight wasn't our night running the football, but I'm not going to cry over spilt milk. Life is too dope. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Cody Barton, trash. I'm not defending anybody tonight other than Sam. Nobody. So, video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Video channel writes, the entire 2023 draft class can't even take the field. That is wild. I started the show by telling you the front office is at the core of the problem of this team this year, because when you are building a winner, when you're building a team that's supposed to be able to compete, it starts with your draft. And Ron didn't draft this year as if he was coaching for his job. He coached like this was year 2 of a 5-year contract. I got time. It's crazy to me. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I'll find us a DC looking for real killers. Hashtag stamp it. Divine Do Care, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, embarrassed on primetime primetime once again. Yay. Yeah. Yeah. It's what we do. And I'm not surprised, and neither are you. DJ 23. I remember I was telling Giants fans, I said, hey, here's what I do feel bad for you about. It's getting embarrassed on primetime. Because I've been there, done that so many times. We actually made this a ball game. The final score, it doesn't indicate that. You don't miss that field goal, and I still think we win the game. Personally, you put that game pressure on Justin Fields and that Bears offense, and I think we win this game 31-30. I'll go to my grave believing that. But we never got the chance, because when you're a bad team, these are the things you do. You miss field goals. You fumble the football. You throw an interception. You do loser shit. DJ 23, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, why everybody get right games? Field turned the ball over every game tonight, 0. I wish we had somebody on this staff, because Jack would be gone. I've been saying this. We don't create turnovers. Turnovers are a mindset. Now, the ball was on the ground tonight. Deron did punch it out. We did have an opportunity. But we don't create turnovers. I told you Benjamin St. Juste ran the route for DJ Moore and never looked for the football. His sole purpose was to just stick his hand in there and knock it down. He's the knockdown king, and everybody was saying that, and they're not wrong, that Benjamin St. Juste is the pass interference bandit. Somehow this man gets away with mugging receivers, and they don't call it, because he never looked for the ball. He never plays the ball. He plays the receiver, always. And he got away with it. He was there early as hell. Like I said, the officials let us play. They let DJ Moore push off on Forbes twice. They were letting physical contact down the field. Fuller had a play where he was face guarding, got there early, broke up a pass. Should have been pass interference. But they were letting them play. I can respect that. As long as you do it both ways, I got no issues. That should have been a pick, though. But he's not looking for football, you know? Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, has 22 regressed? Secondary as a whole was terrible. I think he did. Yeah, he has. But I said that 2 weeks ago. I said Defoe doesn't look like the Defoe we saw last year that was around the football. He's not making any plays. He's not even near the ball this year. Brian Haynes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Brian writes, Lou, I'm done with this team. Looking to next season, I am done. I guess Eric is not a candidate for head coach. Not so fast, my friends. I mean, even with the 12 games that we have left, he can still establish himself as the right man for the job. These last 12 games, as a matter of fact, I think that's another takeaway, is an audition for him. Like, if he wants to remain here as the head coach, you got 12 games to whip this offense into shape. And if this defense is going to be ass, you're going to have to win some shootouts and prove to this staff that, hey, don't rock the boat here with Sam. We got something going here. Let me keep working with this kid. I'm telling you, I can whip him into a Super Bowl caliber quarterback. You got 12 games to do that, to show that he should be the guy to take over for Ron. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, Chase, the shoe-in, no-brainer gold jacket, had one-by-one all night, one-on-one all night. Hell, almost all season. He doesn't win consistently. Impact doesn't match the number 2 overall pick nor the Hall of Fame player. Chase Young, trash. Chase played okay tonight. But I think we can all admit, but I've always said this, when you have a major injury like Chase did, it's always tough that first year back. It's hard for me to criticize him. He didn't have a normal injury, by the way. That said, I don't think he is what we want him to be. And that's just off testing numbers or lack thereof. I don't think he is what we want him to be. And he and Montez still don't have any moves. I was excited to see Chase, though, go hard outside, crossover back inside. He did go outside, back inside. And won. Flushed Fields out of the pocket and forced him to throw the ball away. So there is that. There is hope and promise. Percival Glasgow, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, did Forbes get benched? Yes, he did. They put Danny Johnson in the game. They did bench Forbes. When they went to a 3 wide receiver set, it was Danny Johnson, Benjamin St. Juste, and Kendall Fuller on the field. So he was, at first I thought Kirk Herbstreit was just talking out of the side of his neck. I thought the Bears were in, 12 personnel where 2 receivers were going to be on the field. Nope. It was 13. It was 11 personnel. And Danny Johnson was on the field. And he came in and immediately Jack thought it was a good idea to put Danny Johnson one-on-one on an island with DJ Moore. And DJ Moore proceeded to run right by Danny Johnson on a double move, and Justin Fields just overthrew him. What would have been his 3rd touchdown at that time and would have ultimately been 4 touchdowns on the night. Danny Johnson's first defensive action of the season, and you put him one-on-one with DJ Moore. Great job, Jack. Ding! Spicy Kicks Hawaii. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. That's who writes, we still ain't scared. Hopefully we take these pains and learn from it. 2-3 record can still get us there. Just make the necessary changes now. NHO. You are probably one of one. You are probably a unicorn tonight, Spicy Kicks Hawaii. And I commend your commitment to positivity. I might get there with you eventually. Not tonight. I can't meet you where you at right now. And I'm not going to try to rain on your parade because there's a lot of football left. But I'm like somebody, I think it was Uncle Jay, who said, man, I'm just tired. I'm just tired, boss. I'm just tired. Like I just don't have any more of these types of performances in me as a fan, where you get this excitement built up only to have this team come out flat. I just don't have any more in me. Jack doesn't have any answers. Ron doesn't have any answers. They never have any answers. This is a cycle. It's a vicious cycle. Tell us that they're going to be better. Demand that they play better. Go out. Play better. We get excited. They stink it up. They demand that they play better. They talk about playing better. They do play better. We get excited. They stink it up again. And it just rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat. HTTC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I'm sorry, Lou, but games like these deflate all the positive hope and momentum I had for the season. Do you blame me? No, I don't. Now, I wouldn't quit the season if I were you. Not 5 games in and you're 2-3 and you still got winnable games on the schedule. But, I mean, this was a winnable game, right? This is as winnable as it gets, and we didn't get it done. So, no, these are the types of losses that take the wind out of your sails as a fan. You don't really have, like, fans are so emotionally invested, right? So when you go out and you do this, it's draining. It's taxing. It's taxing. It's hard to get up for a game like this and then watch what you were exposed to for 3 hours, especially the first half and the ending. There was this period where you got excited the start of the third quarter until about early stages of the fourth. When that Terry pass interference was called, I was like, let's go beat these bastards. And when they started talking, and there was a back judge over there, he was real, demonstrative. I was like, hey, somebody go crack him in his milk dud head ass and get him out of there. He's talking the other official out of picking the flag up. He's talking to him and he's going to get him to pick this shit up. He's doing, I don't really think it had anything to do with it. Get somebody go yank his monkey ass out of the discussion. And he won out. Once they picked that flag, that's exactly what we needed. We needed something quick. That was exactly what the doctor ordered. Once they picked that flag, I was like, uh-oh. But we still got into field goal range, and we still had a chance. With 4 minutes, all 3 timeouts, you still had everything you wanted in front of you. The Bears were going to feel that game pressure. You might have even gotten a turnover from Fields. Kendall Fuller was this close. You might have gotten a turnover from him. You kick that, you get that field goal, it's 30 to 23. You might just get Justin Fields to finally make that mistake. Joey Slide pissed all over any hopes of doing that. AJ Meehan. No, I don't blame you, HTTC. AJ Meehan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, F this team. We are the Giants. Good night. We are not the Giants. We're not that far from the Giants. But we're close. Yeah, we're cousins, not distant ones either. We're not brothers, though. We're not brothers. But we're cousins. First cousins. They can't score. We can't stop anybody from scoring. It's one and the same, I guess. Is one worse than the other? Sure. Because if you don't score, you don't have a shot. But not being able to stop anybody from scoring, that shit sucks too. I'll tell you this much, though. It's a lot more entertaining when you can score than when you can't. And we can score. We just can't stop anybody from scoring right now. Commander 17. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, defense scheme sucks. I think EB may be a good coach, ? Only thing we got is our quarterback. You are right. This has gotten old. Who is the next Howie Roseman? I don't know. You gotta go out there, scour the streets, and you got to figure out who's the next smart, innovative guy in somebody's front office that's an assistant GM right now. That should be priority number 1 for Josh Harris this offseason, is to figure out what team does a great job in the draft every year, what team does a great job with their cap and their player acquisition, and find the guy that's one of the guys behind the curtain that doesn't get a ton of credit because he's not the actual general manager, but he's in those meetings and he's just waiting for the opportunity to be his own GM. Find that guy first. Let that guy find his head coach, and then we go from there. Swaggy P, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, what in the sugar honey iced tea was that? I wish I could tell you. Wish I had the answers for you. I have to admit the defense isn't what I thought it was, or JDR is doing a poor job of using the players to the best of their abilities. But season isn't over. On to Atlanta. Hashtag HTTC. And that's probably the right mindset to have, is that the season's not over. It's 12 games left. You can beat Atlanta next week and you're back to 500. You can beat the Giants the next week and you're over 500. And then you just go from there. You just take it one game at a time. But tonight, it doesn't feel like there's a season left when you lose the way that we lost tonight and you play the way that we played tonight. It doesn't feel like there's 12 games left. It feels like the season's done. Ricky D. Hustle, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ricky D. Hustle writes, what up, Lou? What up, Rick? We keep standing outside, and this team keeps letting us down over and over again. This team is killing me. The coach on both sides, especially JDR. Yeah, I don't even know what to say to that, man. I wish I had something for you. I don't have anything to add to that. These guys are killing us. They're killing us. Barry Curtis Jr., been a member for 23 months. Greatly appreciate you, writes, man, I don't want to lose EB and be stuck with Ron and Jack. We need EB. He's actually excellent. He's going to have to prove it. Like I said, my two biggest takeaways from tonight's game. The rest of this season is all about Sam for me. And the second takeaway is EB's got 12 games to audition for this head coaching gig. We know Ron isn't going to be back next year. EB's got 12 weeks to show this ownership group, hey, me and this quarterback here, we got something going on. There's a synergy here. You let me continue to work with this kid, and I'm telling you, I can have him be one of the best quarterbacks in this league. He got 12 weeks to do that. Jason Rogers, my guy, Uncle Jay, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, who writes, Lou, you do such a solid job. Thank you. Thank you for your support, and thank everybody for your support out there. And thank you guys for being a sounding board for me, for being my therapy. You know, I used to walk around mad when Washington would lose. There was no outlet. So I would snap off on people that had nothing to do with nothing just because we lost. A lot of snapping back in there because we didn't ever win shit. I don't walk around angry anymore. I got kids. I can't be taking my frustrations out on my little kids and my wife. You guys help me with that. Because after performances like these, it's hard not to be upset. So thank you guys. So Ninjax, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I left before halftime. I knew what was coming. Ugh. You know what? It's funny. Somebody was at the game. I think it was 2 or 3 people, part of the mob that was at the game, that said, hey, people leaving already. People was leaving after the first touchdown. This fan base already knows what's up, right? Like after Justin Fields threw 2, darts on third down with no pressure, people was like, hey, get your stuff. Come on. Dad, it's only the first quarter. Son, get your jacket. Let's go. Dad, but it's only 7-0. I've seen this before, son. I know where this is heading. Get your jacket. We'll beat the traffic. We'll be home by the third quarter. And we'll already be down 3 touchdowns. That dad knew something. That family of 4 knew something. Ricky D. Hustle, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, you, me, and Sam are outside NHO. Yeah, it ain't a lot of us, man. I think just about everybody went inside. It's good to know I'm not by myself. I ain't going in. I got to stick this thing out for my man, Sam. We ride or die. We bad boys for life. So I ain't going inside. I appreciate you, Rick. Hey, put your coat on, man. It's a cold, cold world. J Mart, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, dumpster juice. We are fully healthy and we look this bad. We have no reinforcements. The whole team is baked ziti and teams are about to eat. I got nothing for you. I mean, the whole secondary looks like baked ziti right now. I still ride with Kendall Fuller. But Juice looked terrible tonight. Juice looked awful tonight. Danny Johnson came in. I'm not even mad at Danny. He came off the bench ice cold and got work. And if not for an overthrow by Justin Fields, he would have given up a touchdown pass on like his first or second snap in the game. Percy Butler looks lost. I didn't even see Defoe out there really tonight at all. Cam Curl, again, I wouldn't know he was on the field. No impact. The entire secondary looks basic. We don't get turnovers for a reason. We're never around the football. We don't have a mob mentality. We don't squad up around the football. Everything, it seems like it's individualized. One-on-one, safety comes late, never on time. Everything just seems like, instead of us playing with a pack, a mob mentality, right? A pack mentality, it seems like it's individualized in the secondary. It's always a lot of space. Always a lot. Rarely do you see 3 or 4 commanders in one spot where if a ball gets tipped up, somebody's going to pick it off. Never do you see that with us. It's always a bunch of green grass, one of theirs and one of ours. And ours is one of the ours that's theirs never in a position to make a play. Or I shouldn't say never. Rarely is he in a position to make a play. Again, we go back to coaching. Drinkable Measy, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, did you see Magic Johnson face it? I did. That's why I said this shit is over. Magic's told you when he got here, I ain't come here to lose. I don't do losing. He was looking like, we got to get this shit fixed. That was his face. Me 3J. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, that was rough. Thanks for the mob and the mental support group. That chat was dope. I'll pass on that game. It was rough, especially the first half. We made it fun at halftime. Like, you guys are awesome. The mob is awesome because we getting our brains bashed in 27-3, and we talking about going inside. My guy Barrett down and was like, hey, y'all can go ahead and leave. I'll do the dishes and I'll lock up. And Eddie was like, yeah, I'm out, man. He's like, yeah, I'm out. I'm like, hey, hold on, BD. Don't lock the door because I don't have my keys. I'm still outside and I ain't coming in yet, but don't lock the door. I ain't got my keys. So we were just having fun with it, man. And you know what? That energy served us well heading into the second half. You guys are awesome. Dill isn't funny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dill isn't funny writes, also, why is Jack Del Rio so obsessed with Forbes? Because he spent the first. Jack got him, and Jack wanted him. Jack wanted him in the first round. Remember the draft video they put out? Jack was so excited. He got the first 2 picks, right? You know what we could be doing if we drafted Brian Branch instead of Quan Martin? All you had to do was move up 2 or 3 picks, and you could have had Brian Branch. Instead of drafting Braden Daniels in the 4th round, just get that shit to some team 3 spots ahead of you and take Brian Branch. Our season is different. It's way different. Because even if you didn't think Forbes was ready, you wouldn't have to play him. You could just keep Juice on the outside where he belongs, really. And you could add Brian Branch as your nickel. But again, what do we know? Fat American, Sad American. That name fits so well tonight. It didn't fit all that well yesterday. It fits a lot better today. Ron ain't getting rid of JDR, LOL. That's his homie. He's not getting rid of him. Because in Ron's mind, it don't solve nothing. And I've already said, who you going to have calling the plays? Ron ain't trying to do that shit. Ain't nobody else on the staff where you look at it and say, hey, he can call the plays. And Ron firing JDR would admit that, hey, we effed up. And Ron ain't looking to do that. Because, again, Ron's trying to save himself. It's about self-preservation. You fired Jack, and now the onus is on you. At least there's a scapegoat right now. Fan base is done with Ron, but at least people could point the finger at Jack and say, man, this defense is trash. And Ron can be like, yeah, I know, right? You fired JDR, and now we looking at your ass and saying, you trash, which we already doing. But there's a pecking order, right? The Phillies Ace 34. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. Louie, tough losses, but y'all are like Dallas. Have talent, but not enough to overcome mistakes. Now you can focus on Saturday. May the best team win. #Phils. I didn't want to play y'all, but I knew we were going to have to. Iron sharpens iron. If we want to get to where we ultimately want to go, we need to get through y'all. That's going to help prepare us for the Dodgers and maybe the Orioles if we get that far. So looking forward to it. Beloved Rain 44. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you who writes. Hey, Lou. I've reached that point tonight that I've stayed away from for the longest. Clean house with the exception of some coaches and start anew. You always want to run from the overreaction of clean house. That's the easy, low-hanging fruit thing to do. Tonight is one of those nights where it's apt. I got no defense for anybody on this team, staff, front office, none of it. Again, the only guy I'm riding with is Sam Howell at this point. And obviously Terry, Jahan, those guys too, but I'm here for Sam. I'm here for Sam. That's what I'm here for at this point. Devon do care. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you who writes, 2023, Bears snap 14-game losing streak. 2014, Texans snap 14-game losing streak against us. 2009, Lions snap 19-game losing streak against us. Some things never change. When I didn't realize they had lost 14 straight games literally until right before kickoff when Al Michaels said it. I was like, oh no. Oh no. There was just so much against us. I didn't need to hear that 5 minutes before kickoff. Dick Buckus didn't need to pass away 3 hours, or have it be, announced 3 hours before kickoff. I was like, oh no, this is not going well for us. Some things never change. Isn't that what Tupac said? Or the song he was on? Things will never be the same. That's just the way it is. Oh, yeah. Some things never change. That's us. 24-year Snyder survivor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you who writes. That's crazy because the Bears looked exactly how I thought we would look. Isn't it crazy? That's exactly what I said. Everything that I wanted to do in this game, they did to us in the first half. I said I wanted to score on 2 out of the first 3 possessions, if not 3 out of 4, depending on how the point breakdown was. They scored on 5 straight possessions to start the game. Everything that I wanted us to look like, they looked like tonight. It was like a role reversal. they didn't get the memo that the Bears were the 0-4 team and that we were the 2-2 team at home. Drinkable Measy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? F that, Lou. We lost to their backups. Pretty much. That's what makes it like that's like pouring salt in the wound. Like that's what makes it worse. Is knowing that they had a depleted secondary, a mixed matched offensive line, and yet we still weren't able to take advantage of any of that until the second half. I'm just baffled. Jeremiah Stafford, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, say the crazy shit you kept in your head. No, I'm not going to say it. I don't need to be killed. I don't need to be crucified even more than I already feel like shit. I don't need to bring more shit my way. I'm just going to keep it to myself. Jack stinks. Let's just leave it there. Carlos Balderas, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, say it, Lou. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Beloved Rain, because you guys are going to kill me for saying it. I'm not going to say it. Beloved Rain 44, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, hey again. I think tonight has made me become ashamed to call myself a fan of this team. This is why this team is talked down about the way they are. This is why fans were afraid to come outside. I'm not afraid. This doesn't change me as a fan at all whatsoever. Still brash, still in your face, still believe in Sam, still believe in the talent that this team has. It just changes the way I view the trajectory of the rest of this season and the future with Ron and Jack and company. Like, I was willing to bite the bullet of these guys are probably not good for us long term, but I don't care. I'm willing to risk that to win now. And I'll deal with the remnants of these guys not really being what you want long term later. I'll deal with that later. I'm not willing to do that anymore. That's the only thing that changed. Is this season isn't a 10-11 win season, and I don't want them back. Even if it is, I don't want them back because we're going to go through this again if they're back next year because we've gone through it every year that they've been here. So I just rather cut my losses now so that we can move forward, whatever that looks like. Beast Mode 2.0. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Joe Gibbs walking out of the tunnel and taking Ron's headset would be the most cool shit ever. Joe can't save us. You know, Joe can't save us at this point. We got to find us a new leader of this organization. Casper the Barbarian. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, AJ last week, DJ tonight, Forbes not ready for 1-on-1. His confidence is shaken. He's not ready for anything right now. They got, and I don't know if this staff is the right staff to get, because like what you saw tonight from the staff was pure frustration. Pure frustration. And there might be good cause for that. Like, they may have spent all week talking to him and telling him, hey, you're fine, man. Just play the position the way we're coaching you, and you're fine. And then he goes out and he doesn't do it. And there were two plays that killed us in the second half, in particular. 3 if you count Joey Sly's missed field goal. That was the ultimate knockout shot. But before we even got there, the first play was Logan Thomas fumbling. You can't have it. You got all the momentum. You just scored. You cut it to a 2-score game. You're down 16. You get the stop that you haven't gotten all night. You got the ball. You're on the move. And he fumbles. Kills you. They don't get any points out of it, but like I said, they reset the field position in doing that. Now, instead of us being 60 yards away from the end zone, we're 85 yards away from the end zone. And then Forbes going for the gusto. And it's not like Forbes was going for the pick. He was just going for a knockdown. It's one thing if you think you got a pick and you going in there with 2 hands to snatch that bitch away. He was going for a knockdown. Never put his hand on the receiver. You're taught, if you're going to gamble, put your arm on the receiver so that you can at least secure the tackle if you miss. He never did that. And that they were reeling at that point. We had just gone down, scored on 2 straight possessions. We cut it to 13-point lead, and you gave them the field goal right back with that missed tackle. That was it for them. They were done. They had seen enough. Nike, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hate pressers from Ron after losses. What he had to say about tonight, we have to start faster. That starts with the top, with myself. Like, it's just words at this point because it never turns into results. What did you think he was going to say? You knew he was going to say that. I could have predicted that. Remember I went out of town and I predicted the press conferences and what was going to be said? These guys are predictable. We've been hearing the same shit from them for the last 4 years. EB just got here and I already told you what he was going to say. 1 week into the season, I left in week 2. We hadn't heard from the coordinators. We hadn't heard from Ron on Friday. And I said, here's what they're probably going to say. And I didn't even watch either one of those press conferences those days. I was out of town. I was having fun. You guys in the comment section, I told you I see your comments. You always said, Louie T, you literally said everything they said in the press conference. It's not hard. These guys are easy. It's over, man. Rocky D. It's at this point, it's just lip service from Ron. He's been talking literally yesterday. I started the podcast and talked about the defense and Jack and the message all offseason. Start fast, force turnovers. Have we done either of those things this year? Rocky D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. Magic in his suite looking like he about to give pink slips. Looking at who he's going to give pink slips to. Magic's face said it all. He was not happy. He was not happy. D Moore, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. D Moore writes, hey, you this close to not getting your super chat read. You too close to DJ Moore. Nah, I'm playing. He says, it looks like JDR hasn't called a defensive snap in over a decade, so Ron can't be worse. Yes, it can get worse. Oh, trust me, it can get worse. It can definitely get worse. Don't ever think that it can't, because it can. But you're right. At times, it does look like Jack hasn't called a defensive snap. There was a reason Jack was out of the league for 2-3 years and working at ESPN before Ron brought him back. Super Soul Cry. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Super Soul Cry. Thank you for the super chat. To Phillies Ace 34. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, you're the man, Louie. Surprised how calm you are tonight. I've been here so many times. I'm almost jaded. Yelling at the top of my lungs isn't going to solve anything. I need y'all to hear me concisely. Bad Dog went ape shit after his game. He was so loud that his mic had all kinds of static and gain issues. That doesn't solve anything. I need y'all to hear what I'm saying. I get passionate when I feel like we're better than that, right? This shouldn't be happening. I'm not surprised. I told y'all before the season started, I don't trust. I told y'all that multiple times. I said, guys, if you ask me what's the one part of the one part of the team that I am not high on right now, that I am so nervous about. Y'all were all nervous about the offensive line, and rightfully so. They've given up 30 sacks or whatever the case is right now. But I told y'all then, I've been talking about it all season, I don't trust this defense. And even with that said, I've made excuses for them. I'm done making excuses. Done making excuses. Not shocked that the defense has been this bad. This is what they do. And this is what Jack's done since he's gotten here. Every other year, the defense sucks. Odd years, we're good. Even years, we suck. Panthers fans told me with Ron, that's how it was. Even years, they sucked. Odd years, they made the playoffs. It's not different here. Shadow Striker 789. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Louie, where do I start? Your guess is as good as mine. Last year, defense was ranked second in yards per game and seventh in passing yards per game. Sure, the schedule was easy, but Denver, Chicago, squad is 90% the same. What changed? Top 5 to bottom 5. A lot changed. New personnel, different teams. Again, you're not playing against Cooper Rush. Like, you can say what you want about Denver. Russell Wilson is their quarterback. Say what you want. He ain't Cooper Rush. You say what you want about Justin Fields. He played well tonight. He ain't Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence had this same exact opportunity Trevor Lawrence had in week 1 last year, and he blew it. He missed throws. Made mistakes. We ain't playing Ryan Tannehill and the Tennessee Titans. It's a much different schedule. We're not playing Sam Ellinger this year. And he lit our ass up anyway. Or at least enough for them to have a shot to win. And we're not playing him. It's much different. Way different. So, yeah. Not surprised. Devon do care. But that speaks to a larger point. Like, defense this is 4th year of Jack's scheme, 2nd of this, zone match. You're supposed to have added talent to this group, and we're worse. Make it make sense. Devon do care. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, calling a QB mid in his 6th start is insane. You could call a QB mid in his 6th start if he actually has looked mid. And you can point to the interception total. I think he's probably evened up that total now at 7 or 6 and 6. I think after this game, 2 touchdown passes and 1 interception. So if I'm not mistaken, that's the breakdown we at now. So I think we're 6 and 6. He's been good considering the circumstances. Again, if you watched all the games, you've seen he passed the eyeball test. That's the best I can tell somebody who hasn't been watching. He passes the eyeball test. He's young. He's going to make mistakes. That comes with the territory. But everything that we've watched him do is correctable. And again, he's not forcing the ball in the situation where you go, what is he looking at? Right? The interceptions are, oh, man, you came back across the middle of the field late and the ball placement wasn't great. That's the pick tonight. It's not, damn, you threw in a double coverage. You didn't see that linebacker right there? You didn't see that safety over the top? We're not saying that. Fat American. Nah, Sad American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Who writes, time to go watch my 2005 playlist. Care to join? I'm a pass, man. I'm done living in the past. I'm trying to create a future that my son can be proud of. I got a story to tell y'all about that too. But again, another day, another day, another time, another place. I'm good though. Again, we didn't win the Super Bowl in 2005, just in case you didn't know that. Barry Curtis Jr., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I get what you're saying about running the ball, but there is no excuse to not be able to run against this terrible Bears D-line. No, you're not wrong. But I would have taken my chances throwing the football against a Bears secondary that had 3 guys out and a D-line that has only produced 2 sacks in 4 games. By the way, if you are looking to up your sack total, just come pay us a visit. We got 6 or 7 waiting for you over here. No matter what you've done in the first 4 or 5 weeks, if you need a jolt, a shot in the arm in the sack department, just come hit us up. We got 5, 6, 7 of them things waiting on you. That shit's ridiculous. But I would have taken my chances throwing the ball on these boys. You tell me you can't get pressure, which they weren't getting pressure early in the game, especially. You can't get pressure and your secondary is compromised. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Ain't no way I'm allowing the rookie Stevenson from Miami to cover Terry one-on-one down the field. They better have that safety over the top because I'm going to be sending Terry on infinite go routes and just forcing that bitch down the field. Infinite post routes, post corners. You knew you were going to get a steady diet of cover 2. That's who Matt Eberflus is. But the minute you got something different, time to go to work. Daniel Harrington, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, the missed field goal was the nail in the coffin. I literally told the mob, all right, see y'all for the post-game show. Once he missed it, the game was over. Game was done. And I was so disappointed because I could see 31-30 in my head. I could see it. I saw the finish. And Joey Sly robbed us of any opportunity of that coming to fruition. Dre Star, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dre Star writes, need to draft a kicker first round or something. Tired of closing my eyes every field goal. Also, the fear of Fields running gave us the L tonight. They were scared, but you can't play scared. I would have rather blitzed. And, blitz with sensibility. Make sure you keep contained. But Fields is one of those dudes that when you pressure him, he runs backwards. He doesn't run, to daylight. He usually runs backwards and drifts. That's how he makes mistakes. Or he'll throw off his back foot and he'll airmail one right to the safety. But we weren't smart enough to try to entice him to do that. Jamal Hamlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jamal writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, I'm in all black and looking like a jackass. Oh, well, NHO. We were already in all black. And I said this before the game. It's somebody's funeral. Whose is it? Is it theirs or is it ours? Well, we were already in all black. So we didn't have to change clothes. They just buried us. Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chris, thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. Hey, Lou, hope all is well with the family. Sorry I could not deliver the dub. It's all good, man. Leadership is inspiring and motivating people. The message is stale to the team, and the vision needs to change. The results haven't improved. Thoughts? You hit it on the head. They've heard the same rhetoric from Ron. We just heard it again. Somebody told me, Ron, what he said at the press conference. I don't even have to watch it. I can tell you what he's going to say. That whole we got to start faster bit, it starts with me, it starts with us at the top. That's old. You've been spitting that since 2020, bro. And it hasn't gotten any better. And yes, it does start with you, but it ends with you as well because it clearly isn't getting through to the 53 guys in that locker room. Because every single year, 5 or 6 times a year, we deal with this shit. a what the F start to a game. You look up, we've been down 20 points or more in double-digit games under Ron Rivera. We've been down 20 points or more, probably 12 or 13 times in Ron's 50 whatever games he's coached with this organization. That's insane. Font JD, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, they're losing with Jack. I don't care who replaces him. Send his ass packing. You're not wrong. Not wrong. Unfortunately, that's not how it works. But you're not wrong. Quayshawn, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Forbes' effort in tackling is highly noticeable. Stop taking chances like your prime time, my guy. You're right, Lou. I just want to find our QB this year. This team is high-quality mids anyway. Or high-quality mid anyways. That's what it's all about for me the remainder of the way. If we win some games and they make it fun, good. I told you before the season started, I expected this to be a roller coaster. This was not one of the twists and turns that I was expecting. This was not one of them. I'm here for Sam now. Like Marshawn Lynch used to say, I'm just here so I don't get fined. I'm just here for Sam. Big Joker, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hey, Lou, y'all still outside? Nah, not y'all. It's like me and Rick. That's it. So, nah, it ain't y'all. It's like me and one other dude. Me and Rick outside by ourselves. Don't say nothing else about Eagles D. Y'all gave up 40, 34, 37, and 33 the last 4 games. Hashtag left cheek up. 1-500 off Bears. Here's 5. I appreciate it, man. Every dollar counts. We weren't expected to go to the Super Bowl. You guys are. So you're going to need your defense to be better. But if you want to deflect to me, that's fine. I ain't going nowhere. And if your defense continues to stink, I'll be talking shit about them too. Nothing changes. You know the energy I'm going to bring. I appreciate the dono. Fireman West, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Let me just say one more thing. You probably ain't here no more. But if you still here, you thinking you going and getting Bradley Roby is going to change something? Bless your heart. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Fireman West. RR Beto, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Sly is not reliable. Rivera decisions make no sense. I mean, we can second guess the decision to kick that first field goal to make it 27-14. I wanted to go for it personally. But at that point of the game, if you come away with no points, it's going to take all the wind out of your sails. You needed to come away with something there. I personally would have gone for it, though. Because in my mind, you're all the way down there. You're that close. I think that was a 32-yard field goal. If you don't pick this up, they're going to be starting at their own, 14-yard line or whatever it is. I would just hope my defense can come out, get a stop, and get us some great field position back. But a field goal in that spot, and again, if the defense doesn't give up any more points, that field goal looms large because now all you need is 2 touchdowns, 2 extra points, and you win the game 28-27. I get why he did it. It's just more, and it was funny some of the names people were coming up with in the MOBB. It's just amazing how Ron had this persona, Riverboat Ron, and he's a shell of himself. The man is coaching scared. It was probably the right decision, to be honest with you, because of what not getting points there would have meant. But at some point, you got to say to your team, I believe in y'all, and this is how much I believe in y'all. Let's go for this. The Great Watubi. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes. Ron said Terry was not in because of rotation. What? So Terry needed a break for an entire possession and a half? No way. Maybe he was on the field and I just missed him. I swear there was this stretch of ball where I saw Crowder, De'Ami Brown, and Byron Pringle in the game for what felt like an eternity. Don't tell me that had some, like, see, this is the shit I'm talking about. This is, like, I can't deal with this level of incompetence. And if EB has anything to do with it, he's got to go to. Like, this is the shit I'm talking about. I can't deal with this level of incompetence. So you got me throwing deep digs and Byron Pringle is falling down, coming out of his break. You got me throwing comebacks to Byron Pringle because of rotation? I'd have to watch the film. Maybe Terry was in. I just didn't see him. And he was getting a blow, and it felt longer than what it really was. And that could be it. But the fact that reporters are asking him what happened to Terry, that tells me I wasn't tripping. Why is Jamison Crowder in the game? He's never supposed to be in the game. Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Hey, Lou, why is it so difficult to get the ball to Terry McLaurin? That is the $1 million question. I swear to you, if I was an offensive coordinator, it wouldn't be this hard. They put so much work into this. Every single week, a lot goes into this. So I don't want to sit here and demean these guys because they put in hours of work to put together a game plan to be successful. I just think they should spend less time trying to devise all of these plays and more time trying to figure out, how do I get the ball in the hands of my best players? You know what the Dolphins do? They just figure out ways to get Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle the football in space. That's what they do. They got other receivers. They got fast-ass running backs. They feed them too. But you know what they do? Let me just figure out how to get them the ball. You know what the Bills do? Let me just figure out how to get Stephon Diggs the football. This shit ain't hard. You know what the Chiefs do? Let me figure out how to get Travis Kelce. They put him in motion. They move him around. They put him in stacks. They put him in bunches. They do all of these things to make sure that Travis Kelce can't get jammed at the line of scrimmage so they can get him the football. Why? Because he's their best player. And yet we're still over here and we changed coordinators. It's no more Scott Turner talking about progressions and the ball needs to go to the right guy. We're not doing that shit no more. Now it's EB and we're having even more problems. This is worse than Scott Turner in terms of ball distribution. This is worse. We'd have a game of Terry not getting the ball that we'd bitch about. He'd hear about it, and then Terry would have 9 targets the next game. And then we go on our merry way. And from that point on, it's 7, it's 13, it's 9, it's 8, 6 one game, but then it's back up to 9 the next week. We're constantly begging for our best receiver to get targets. He might have had 4 targets tonight. 2 of them drew flags. They picked one up. He had a catch underneath, and then he had the deep over route. I shouldn't be able to recall every single Terry McLaurin target in the game. That's trash. In a game where your quarterback probably threw the football 40 some odd times, your best receiver got 4 targets? Again, make it make sense. Why is he not featured like a top 10 to 12 receiver in this league? Your guess is as good as mine. Shadow Striker 789. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, so angry I'm back. Bills, Diggs, 8 for 111. Denver, Mims, 2 for 113 and a touchdown. Philly, 9 for 175 and 2 touchdowns for AJ Brown. Bears, 8 for 230 and 3 touchdowns. Why can't we ever game plan our number one star wide receiver like other teams do against us? Again, this football shit ain't that hard. I think sometimes people get into their head and think that they got to do it a specific way or else it's not going to work. The smartest people are the ones that utilize their talents and make sure that they get the ball in the hands of their best players. Those are the smart guys. The guy that screams about his scheme, keep me as far away from that guy as possible. I don't want anything to do with that dude. Because he's not going to do everything in his power to get the best players of football. He's going to scream at you, it's the scheme, it works. That collectively dragging your ass across the finish line, that line, what that line essentially encapsulates is, I don't care, and EB told us this, I don't care nothing about stats. Which means my system. That's what that screams to me. My system, my system, my system. Because if you're a smart coach, the numbers are going to come if you just get the ball to the guys in space. That was part of the reason Ron even brought EB here, was because he was supposed to be able to get the ball to Jahan and Terry and Curtis in space. Have we seen that? Because I see a bunch of spot routes. That's the only way Terry or Jahan are touching it. Curtis is the only one getting loose deep. He's the only one getting space. Everybody else is either is short or is Terry going deep, but he's covered. JB Johnson. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. JB writes, EB the head coach for the passion, discipline, and effort. New young D coordinator comes in now, spends the rest of the season gelling it all together. But you can't. Where are you going to get that defensive coordinator from? Can't get him off another staff. We don't have any young, up-and-coming, budding stars at the defensive, at linebacker coach or secondary coach and none of that shit. So where you going to get him from? Nike. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, crazy to think that in my 20 years of fandom, I've become so used to us losing these types of games that I don't even feel pain anymore. I get asked all the time why I'm a fan, but I'll never switch up. That's kind of where I'm at, right? Like, I'm somewhat jaded by these types of performances. I've seen so many of them. I've come to expect them. It doesn't change the level of disappointment I have, but anger is a different emotion than disappointment. Anger is a fleeting emotion. Disappointment lingers. I'm disappointed. But anger is what gets you to raise your voice and be animated, and I'm past that. There's no reason to get angry. Nothing's going to change. Not until you get rid of this group. So me, screaming at the top of my lungs, not going to change anything. So I'm not going to do it. D Moore, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, he's an upgrade, but can't say franchise quarterback. Well, he's got 12 games to try to convince you. But I don't like the fact that you just think he's an upgrade. That's not hard to do when our last starting quarterback was Taylor Heineke and Carson Wentz. It's not hard to be an upgrade over that. He's actually good. There's a difference. But I want it to be no doubt. So you have questions. I want him to remove those questions by season's end. That's what I'm looking for him to do. Fat American, Sad American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I've been calling out this defense for 3 years now. I've been told to be optimistic, see the good. Y'all see it now? Only good against bad offenses. I've been saying that for 3 years, since the first year. Year 2 was a very rude awakening for me. 2021 when we came out the gates, couldn't stop a damn nosebleed, it was apparent to me very quickly, okay, I see what this is. And we saw it in 2020, but 2020, everybody got a pass because we sucked. The roster was being turned over. We weren't supposed to win anything, and the division ended up being bad, and we won the division. But 2021 was eye-opening because it didn't matter who we saw. We were trash against good quarterbacks. Matt Ryan trashed us. Jameis Winston trashed us, and he ain't even good, right? Mahomes, we had him befuddled in the first half, came back in the second half and cooked our ass. It didn't matter who we were playing. If you had any semblance of an offense, you were going to cook us. So that let me know we only do it to the bad teams, the bad offenses. So I thought we could do it tonight. That's the thing that got me tonight is this ain't like playing against Buffalo where hey, you got to be damn near perfect. This was supposed to be one of those teams we were supposed to do the shit to, like Arizona. Even if your offense don't show up, the defense was supposed to dominate. Nah. Fireman West, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Lou, I really feel bad for fans who didn't have the opportunity to see this organization at its best. I'm still outside with you. That's a lot of us. I saw the tail end of it. I didn't live the glory years. So that's good to know. It's not just me and Rick outside by ourselves, Wes. C Trill, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, this is exactly how you lose ticket sales. Yeah. This was a sellout, right? I guarantee you the next home game won't be. That's the Eagles, right? Got 2 on the road, Atlanta on the road, Giants on the road. It might be a sellout, but it'll be half Eagles fans if it is a sellout. It's exactly how you lose ticket sales. Eric Sunderland, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, all black. I guess it was our funeral. Yep. We were already dressed for our own burial service. Didn't even know it. Didn't even know it. All I know is I woke up today thinking today was going to be a good day. Little did I know that there was going to be slow singing and flower bringing. And it'd be our funeral. DMV Bay, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, Fuller got cooked just as badly as Forbes did. Fuller had his moments tonight where he wasn't in great position, but the thing I always love about Fuller is he can always get back into the play. Forbes don't get back into the play. Fuller will always get there to the point of the catch, and he just ain't able to knock it out of his hand. Like the touchdown he gave up on the double move. Yeah, he got beat on the double move. But Fuller was right there at the point of catch. And if he would have just turned and looked, but when you're in trail technique like that and you beat, you're not supposed to look back for the football. You play the hands of the receiver. He did that, and he just couldn't get the ball out of his hands. On the last one at the end of the game, you down 10 with 4 minutes left. You got to go for the knockdown right there. You got to. Because if he catches it, it's already a first down. It's not like he was short of the sticks, just make the tackle. That was 3rd and 4. He was 9 yards beyond the sticks. So if you don't knock it down, a first down, the game over. So he ain't had shit to lose. I wasn't mad at K4 for that. Fat American, nah, sad American. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, all you need to burn this defense, an athletic quarterback, one good receiver, and this defense gets torn apart. You're not wrong. Heck, the Bears D coordinator outcoached JDR, in my opinion. Laughing my ass off. He probably did. He probably did. Their D coordinator is their head coach, by the way. Mike Leslie, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mike Leslie writes, man, the way you played against us last week had me believing that y'all were safe money line bet. The lazy riverboat Ron strikes again. You're not alone, man. A lot of people saw that game last week, including my dad, and he was willing to risk his survivor pool. I didn't quite try to talk him out of it, and I thought I should have, but it's one less person I got to deal with in the survivor pool. And I know he's smart enough to win this some bitch, so I wasn't going to tell him nothing. But once Dick Butkus died, I was like, it was my guy, Ethan Dykes. As soon as it happened, I posted it, and I posted a message, and under that message, Ethan Dykes said, hey, we good? We still winning? And I was like, I sent an emoji like this, and I just put the word, yeah. I wasn't confident. I was like, the football guys, they're not going to allow them to lose on the night where one of the greatest players in their franchise history passes away. It's just, shit ain't happening, man. Hated that you got sucked up into this, though. Jordan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, report just came out that Magic is pissed. Said we played with no intensity or fire. I don't know if that's true or not. But you can see it all over his face. I don't need Magic to tell me that. His face said it all. His face said everything. He's probably thinking to himself, damn, this shit is a lot worse than I thought it was. We got a lot more work to do, man. Jay Black, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jay Black says, all right, to the fans that wanted the media talking about us, they are now, LOL. They are now, for all the wrong reasons. J Mart, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being doubling up. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. J Mart writes, at this point, it's a fight not to be last in the NFC East. Nah, we're not as bad as the Giants. I got to draw the line somewhere. These boys can't score. It's one thing when you can't stop the other team from scoring. These boys can't score. You can't win games if you can't score points. So, nah, we're not as bad as them. And look, if we fighting over who's in last place, then that's a fight I'm not willing to engage in. I don't want any parts of that conversation. None. DCIN1. DCN1. They should clean the house now and find a GM so he can start trading guys and getting draft capital for the rebuild. This roster has 0 all-pros. Again, you're not going to be able to do that in season, right? Like after the season is over, as you get closer to the finish line, you can start kind of lining your ducks up in a row, but you can't do that 5 weeks into the season. You can't start poaching guys off of other staffs. They have a job to do. So, you don't have anywhere to go right now. You don't have anywhere to go. If you wanted to find a new GM, you could fire the GM right now. He ain't doing shit. What the GM doing now? He ain't doing shit. You're not acquiring players or none of that. You got other guys on the staff that can do that. Pro personnel can do that. You don't need your GM for that shit. Martin Mayhew ain't working the phones. He ain't making no trades. If you wanted to start the GM search, you could do that right now. But again, more likely than not, your new GM is on someone's staff and you're not able to poach him in season. So just like I said with Ron, unless you giving the job to EB and seeing what he can do for 12 games, really doesn't make you, because there's no Sean Payton. There's no, for years, people would try to get Bill Cowher out of retirement. Like, there's no coach out there that's sitting out a year that you're like, oh, man, we can get our hands on him. That shit changes everything. There ain't no coach out there like that. So you're pretty much waiting to pull somebody off of somebody's staff. You can't do that in season. Nicholas Newbold, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Nicholas writes, what up, Lou? Nice to meet you. What's going on, Nicholas? I wish I had the composure of Rivera on the sideline. I flipped my bed on that last DJ Moore touchdown. Ron is so sterile on the sidelines. And that doesn't really change anything. Getting upset, I think as a fan, it just makes you feel better when your coach is going off. Sort of like baseball, when a manager has to come out of the dugout to protect a player, right? Like, do you really need to get thrown out of the game, Skip? Yeah, because I just need to send a message to my team that I got y'all back. And as fans, we just want to know that our coach, he cares as much as we do. And when you stand there with your arms folded while chaos is ensuing around you, it makes us feel like you don't give a damn, which that's not the case. That's just his demeanor. Does it change the fact that you're getting your brains bashed in because he's not running around the sidelines like a psycho like Sean McVay? No. But when you're getting your brains bashed in, the one thing you want to know is, hey, he in a foxhole with me. He care. But you can't always say that about Ron. It don't feel like that, at least. Adam, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Adam writes, I've seen enough, Lou. Got to flush the whole staff and start over next year. That's where we're at right now. Font JD, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Font JD writes, Lou, I moved to Chicago because my wife is from here. I had to block all of my in-laws tonight. I found the spare set of keys under the doormat. Going inside now. I can't take it. Well, as long as you in there, as long as somebody's inside the house that can open the door for me when I come in at the end of the season, that's all I care about. I just didn't want to make sure that like BD was telling everybody, hey, y'all can go. Like they weren't going in the house. They was leaving. Well, then there's nobody to let me in. So I need the key. But if you're going inside, there's plenty of people inside. Just knock on the door. They'll let you in. People been going inside all night. Okay. Just knock on the door. They'll let you in. Need a spare key under the mat. Kevin the PRF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, just 2 early supers. Hashtag fire Ron. Let me get my phone. I think I'm gonna get a drink too. I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Sorry it took so long. I had to open up a whole new bottle. See what we got. Really appreciate you, Kevin, the PRF, for holding the kid down. Let's see. Mr. Romby, OG, triple OG, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, What just happened? Right here. I know that. Who writes, I'm beyond pissed off, Lou. Guys' heads were in their asses in the first half. Absolutely no excuse for such a lackluster effort. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's almost like they were sleepwalking in the first half. It's almost like they didn't know they were playing a game today. It's amazing how disinterested they looked in the first half. It was a totally different team in the second half, but you can't be down 27-3 before you realize, bro, this team isn't here to just show up and give you a win. They're coming to kick your ass. Match that intensity, match that energy, and try to get a dub. They weren't prepared to do that. Ty the Guy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ty the Guy writes, good night, Lou. I'm going to just drink this one away tonight. Y'all be safe on to the Falcons. This can't be good for my health. I'm genuinely sick to my stomach watching. Yeah. Tell me about it. I think that's everybody. That's all of us. AJ Meehan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, the entire staff needs to be done at this point. There's nothing to say. It's effing embarrassing. Get no pushback from me on that. Tony P56. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I'm outside, but it's very cold right now. I told you, get your jacket. I might call in sick to work tomorrow. That way I don't have to defend this team at work more than they do on the field. It's tough, man. That's tough. You know, sometimes as fans, we get caught up in, our fandom. And I think one of the things as a fan that you really just want from the players is you just want to know that they care as much as you do. Kind of alluded to that with Ron, just a few minutes ago about him folded arms, stoic, not saying anything, not doing anything, not speaking into the headset, just kind of just there as a figure on the sidelines. And I think fans interpret that as, oh, he don't give a shit. We over here screaming, losing our minds, and you just literally that meme of, everything burning around and the person's in the middle like, everything's fine. That's what it feels like when you're watching Ron, right? Some of these players, I don't know if they get it. They come here, they haven't lived through what we've lived through, and they don't get it. Jonathan Allen gets it. I know he does because he's lived here. He's rooted for the team. He knows. But still, sometimes you just do y'all get it? Do y'all care as much as we do? Because it don't seem like it. And that's what a lot of fans probably struggle with. AJ Meehan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. AJ writes, it's time to start talking about the draft. Not on my watch. We are not the Giants. There will be no draft talk on this channel. There will have to be many more losses before we get to that point. Y'all know I fight against that with every fiber of my being. 19 was the only season where I was entertaining that foolishness. This is not one of those years. Let's not fool ourselves. We will dominate next week, get our hopes up, then blow up again. Sick about talking about a future that never develops. You're not wrong. And that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to come off of this disappointing effort. We're going to go to Atlanta. We're going to play well, probably win, back to 500. They're going to suck us in again. And even if they go on to win 3 straight, beat the Falcons, the Eagles, the Giants, all of those teams, there's going to be a cliff that we're going to fall off of at some point. We've seen the movie already. I don't really care to go through that again. I just need Sam to look good. Nicholas Newbold, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Writes, our secondary got burnt today. Smells like someone left the popcorn in the microwave for too long. Double up, about to be the best part of my night. Ouch. Yeah. Our secondary was horrible tonight. I was mortified watching them tonight. I was so disappointed in the secondary. So disappointed. Like, they didn't even give us a chance tonight. They didn't give us a fighting chance. And again, that's on Jack. That's on Jack. Starts with Jack. AJ Meehan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. AJ writes, I was at the game today. Section 141, row 3, right in front of Skin sideline. I've never seen a team give up as bad as we did today on one side of the ball, defense. Jack's time is up and has to go. I'm all for it. I'm all for Jack. I told the MOBB midway through the first, I would fire Jack tonight. Pack your things. I don't want you to be here when I wake up in the morning. You can watch all the Family Feud you want and laugh at Steve Harvey all you want. Mike Jink, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Boss man picked the Commanders. Ouch. Yeah, he did. He really didn't think highly of the Bears. He was going to pick Denver last week. I talked him out of it. I was like, bro, don't do that. There's so many options on the board. Don't do that. Kansas City is right. Like, I can't let you throw your pool away. I wasn't going to save him tonight. I really wanted to tell him, and this is all I told him. I said, boss, you should have used your Washington in week 1 when everybody else did. You can't use us again. That ship has sailed. I wouldn't trust us another game this season, including this one. And he said, the Bears suck. I need y'all to take care of business for me tonight. He said, and his last words to me were, don't let me down. I said, we're not. I didn't believe that, though. I thought we were going to win. But one less person in the survivor pool. I ain't mad. I ain't glad. I much rather would have us won and him still be in the survivor pool. Tay G, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, we ain't got any playmakers in that secondary. Feel like we should be a bit more aggressive on both ends. Love that shot of Howell to Diami. I'm tired of mediocrity. I need him to hit that shot. But I'm right there with you. I feel like we need to be aggressive on both sides of the ball a little bit more. And I think there needs to be an intent, specifically on offense. Defense, I just think they need to be more aggressive. Come after team. Clearly, this secondary isn't holding up on the back end. We keep talking every week about not giving up big plays, and every week we give up big plays. So now you got to, because if you're going to give them up anyway, you might as well be aggressive in doing it, right? I'm not telling you to be Wink Martindale and blitzing every third down, every single opportunity you get. Pick your spots, be smart about it, but we just need to be more aggressive, right? Offensively, I think there needs to be an intentionality, right? I really feel like there needs to be going out of your way to get your playmakers touches. And EB doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's going to go out of his way to appease anybody. And again, for me, I don't like the coach that's so much of a hard ass and so stuck in his ways that he believes that his system is above all else. I want coaches that understand this is where my bread is buttered. You can't have a Jamar Chase and don't get him the football. What good is having Jamar Chase if you're not getting him to rock? What good is a Terry McLaurin if you're not going to throw him the football? What good is a Jahan Dotson if you're not going to get him opportunities and touches? Again, make it make sense. Jado, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, or excuse me, double up. Thank you for doubling up. Man, this draft class was really bad. Well, we've been talking about that already. We already discussed this. When your second round pick isn't a contributor, you already know where the draft class is going. Third round pick, not a contributor. Fourth round pick didn't even make the roster. They found a way to put him on IR. He wasn't going to make the team. They knew what they were doing. And the first round pick, who we had hopes for, now he's benched. William Batts, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. William Batts writes, Lou, bruh, I'm down here in Georgia, and I will be going to the Atlanta game. It's my birthday gift. Man, I hope they don't bring that debacle I seen tonight. Hashtag take command, hashtag HTTC. I would bet just about any amount of money they don't. You're gonna get a totally different team. This is Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde every other week. Odd weeks we suck, even weeks we play good ball. You got nothing to worry about. They're gonna give you a show for your birthday. You're gonna leave there victorious and feeling good. Jeremiah Stafford, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jeremiah, thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. I'm also tired of seeing O-linemen just casually watching their quarterback get destroyed like they aren't supposed to be protecting him. This is the O-line that they built. So until we get reinforcements, which won't come until the offseason, this is what it is. On the bright side, Andrew Wiley looked good tonight. J Mart, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. J Mart writes, it's over after week 5. I'm sick of this shit. It's not over. We're not 1-4. We're not 0-5. We're 2-3. You win next week, you're back to 500. The NFC doesn't have 8 good teams. They only have about 5 or 6. Probably 5. There are 2 playoff spots available. Anything can happen. Season's not done. But, and again, in a week's time, I may be talking that playoff shit, and I won't be using the P word. But I may be like, hey, look, see? But I just know this. No matter what happens, I need different. I need change. And I know I'm going to get it. This ownership group is not going to stand for what we saw tonight. They're not gonna sit on their hands and say, well, Ron's done a great job with the culture. His ass is gone at the end of the season. And Jack and the rest of the staff is gone with him. If they make it out of the season. Depending on where we are and how things are going, they could be done week. We got a late bye. That's the perfect time to fire everybody. You won't fire. You just fire Jack. You just fire Ron. But week 14, that's your bye week. That's the perfect time to fire Ron, promote EB, and keep it pushing. Start looking for your new head coach. So, again, Ron's got roughly 9 weeks to clean this shit up and put us in a position where we're hunting for a playoff spot. If we're not, he may be fired that bye week. Cash. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Cash writes, we don't have a real NFL O-line. They can't push them an inch when we run the ball on anybody. I see why we dropped back 55 straight times. Softest line. We have a vanilla-ass defense. Well, we had to drop back 55 times in a row because we were down 24 points at halftime. That's why. Can't run the ball when you're down 3 touchdowns and 2-point conversions. Got to throw the football. Not like the run was working any damn way when we tried it early in the game. Up until today, the O-line had actually been doing good in the run game. So that was disappointing. But again, I was disappointed in EB's mode of attack. One of the keys was don't forget about B-Rob. It wasn't feature B-Rob. It was just don't forget about him. I thought there was going to be this level of excitement for the Bears having all these guys out of their secondary and that they were going to feverishly attack them. That's what I thought was going to take place. I was wrong. AJ Meehan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Chase is the only player on defense tonight who wanted to be out there tonight. I disagree. I thought Duron played well too. This considering the circumstances, him getting double teamed on almost every snap. I thought Duron played hard. He almost got to Fields at least 3 or 4 times, despite being doubled for most of the night. I never questioned Duron. Never. Jeremiah Stafford, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. I think this is a triple up, actually, but we're going to go with a double up. Appreciate you. Jeremiah writes, honestly, I'm not mad about coming out with runs. I hate it's the same sideways gun runs that never hit. Get B-Rob downhill. Hashtag where's Alex Arma? I was mad about that because I wasn't mad. The first run of the game was 6 yards. And they spotted it for 5, and he gained 6. I thought the first two plays of the game, they incorrectly spotted the ball. And it hurt us because it ended up putting us in a 3rd and short situation that we didn't get. B-Rob got 6 on first down. He got to the 31-yard line, not to the 30. But that's where they put the ball. The next play was a pass to Logan Thomas, and he got the first down. They spotted it short. I thought he got the first down. I thought he stretched the ball out while he was still in bounds. And the referee runs up and spots the ball a yard short. And then this is where I'm mad at EB because I'm like, bro, you come with the same shit every week. We went 3 times with the Logan Thomas quarterback sneak, which was trash. And we've done the fullback dive out of split backs 3 times already, and it's worked every time. But at some point, you got to switch it up. You don't think the Bears are looking for that shit? You sent Jahan in motion on that play. How about give it to him on a jet sweep right there? Give them something to think about. They knew you were giving the ball to Brian Robinson on that quick halfback dive. Because we've done it 3 times already this season. Every time we get into that formation, we run the same play. Switch it up. Get a ball to Jahan. He was in motion. I just knew they were going to give it to him on the jet sweep. Bears were never going to be ready for that. Again, this offensive coordinator shit, I don't think it's that. I think I could do a good job of this shit. I really don't think this shit is as hard as they make it out to be. I really don't think this shit is that hard. I think they make this shit harder than it has to be. It wasn't the fact that they ran B-Rob. It was when they ran B-Rob, how they ran B-Rob. Your point is you didn't like how they were running them. Why are we running after a 4-yard completion on first down to make it 2nd and 6, and then you get a false start on a damn receiver, Byron Pringle? Why the hell is he even in the game on the second possession? Why is he even in the game? He gets a false start. It's now 2nd and 11, and you're going to run B-Rob on 2nd and 11? What? Make it make sense. Font JD, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Magic is over it. Check his X post. Oh, I already told you his face said it all. These dudes are getting fired at the end of the season. It ain't about them no more. I already told you what it's about for me now. It's about Sam. It ain't about these dudes. I already know their fate is sealed. They were already on thin ice when these dudes showed up. You needed to prove to them Ron been here before. This is the thing that's crazy to me. Ron been here before. He been through an ownership change before. He know how this shit work. And you gonna go and put together a draft like that and think that shit's gonna keep your job? Ron trying to get fired. Rico L. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? Ron looked like he saw his job flash before his eyes during that interview after half. He might have. He might have. Sean Roberts. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Sean writes, I believe Magic spoke and said he was very pissed about having no fire and intensity. Came up as a notification. Trust me. Head's gonna roll. Not now. It ain't shit you can do now. End of the season, we getting all new toys. The whole top to bottom. Shit's changing, bro. I'm just here to make sure that when all of these changes happen, 14 is still here. That's all I'm here for at this point. I don't know what this season is going to entail, and I'm going to be here for the ride, whatever it looks like. Y'all know I ain't going nowhere. I already told y'all it's going to be a roller coaster before the season started. We know Ron is going to, at some point, the defense is going to start playing solid ball, and the offense, we already know the offense can score, and so we're going to win some games, and we're going to be in this thing at the end from a playoff standpoint, because the NFC, it doesn't have 7 playoff teams. We got 5 right now. Seattle, Dallas, Philadelphia, San Francisco, and Tampa Bay. Whoever wins the South, I'm going to say it's Tampa Bay. But it could be New Orleans. We don't know, but it's Tampa Bay for me right now. That's 5. It's 2 spots available in the NFC. And ain't nobody going to run away and hide with either one of them. Oh, wait. And Detroit. All right. So that's 6. So it's 1 spot available, right? So let me do this again. Dallas, Philadelphia, San Fran, Detroit, Seattle, and whoever wins the South. I'm going to say it's Tampa Bay. So there's a spot out there. What record is it going to take? Who's going to claim it? I don't know. Even if it's us, I still need change, because I've been through this too many times, and I know it's going to happen again. It's almost like, and I hate to even use this as an example, but it's almost like that battered wife with the boyfriend, the husband, whomever, that tells you, I'm not going to do it again. And you love them so much, you want to believe them, and so you come back, but then you know they're going to do it again. I can't go through this with them no more. I know they're going to do this again. I know it. So I don't want to do this again. I'm ready to distance myself. So no matter what happens, barring a trip to the NFC Championship game, I need change. Okay? Like, I need to part ways with them, and we need to clear the slate. I'm just here so that I make sure that 14 is here. That's what I'm here for at this point. You can't hurt me. I got a new ownership group in charge, and I got a quarterback, and I'm going to protect my quarterback at all costs. I'm here for the ride to make sure 14 is here when the changes happen. That's what I'm here for. Abdallah. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Abdallah writes, Louie, I always overreact with this team, but this was the last straw, and I feel it too. I am over this coaching staff. This feels like deja vu. This went from fry that Philly meat to I'm done with this team, fire someone now. Yeah. You're not wrong. All of those emotions are accurate emotions. You're not wrong. Abdallah, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? I watched some Bears content creators before this game, Lou. They looked at us like food. They actually weren't scared of us, thinking they would win. And the worst part was they did. Shaking my head. Hashtag fire them, please. I don't care. That's always the case. What did I tell y'all about us? I said, we always look at teams on our schedule and circle them and look at them like food. But I said, what you don't ever realize and what our fan base always fails to realize, and I always try to remind y'all of this, is that on the other side of it, y'all not paying attention to the other side. Y'all only paying attention to our side of it. I always tell y'all, on the other side, they sticking that napkin in their shirt. They got their fork and their knife in their hand, and they ready to mop. They ready to eat. They looking at us like food. We swear that that's food. We lost to the Philadelphia Eagles last week, and I was screaming, hey, y'all ain't outside, this, that, and the third. We looked at the Bears, the Falcons, and the Giants like food, and we said, hey, we're going to be 5-2 the next time we see Philadelphia. Y'all ain't never see the Bears over there licking their chops like, hey, we about to F these Commanders up. Man, my tummy is touching my back right now. I'm about to go over there and crush some shit. Falcons thinking the same thing. After they finish with Houston this week, they're going to turn around and they're going to look at the Commanders like, hey, the Bears just got them. We about to get them too. You want that to change? You got to start winning games like this. Like, this is the thing that I struggle with. And I told you, there's a lot of things that I project onto this team, and I try to get y'all to look at things differently. But the one thing, there were two things. I told you this defense I didn't trust, and the second thing was I said the consistency scares me. Everything about tonight screamed lack of consistency, which has been the MO of this entire Ron Rivera era here in Washington. No consistency whatsoever. The only consistency has been the level of inconsistency. That's the only thing that's been consistent, is expect the unexpected. When you think we're supposed to lose, we win. Pittsburgh 2020, Philly 2022. When you think we're supposed to lose, Tampa Bay 2021, right? When you think we're supposed to lose, we win. When you think we're supposed to win, we lose. Or we barely eke by. That's the thing that just I'm done with it. I have no more energy left for that. Rico L, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB. Greatly appreciate you, Mob. Y'all know what to do. Show Rico L some love. Welcome him to the squad. Glad to have you. Welcome aboard, Rico L. Jack Miller, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Jack writes, why do our routes with wide receivers mirror each other and meet in the middle? Because it's not the proper spacing. When you see two receivers in the same vicinity, something went wrong. And generally, it's poor spacing when that happens. Somebody ran the wrong route, or it's just poor spacing. If you see mirrored concepts, meaning they're running the same routes on both sides, there still should be space between them. Right? They shouldn't be running into each other. But it's a new offensive system that they're implementing here, so you're going to get mistakes. Now, again, I can't speak to tonight. I didn't see that happening. If you were at the game and you saw it, then but I didn't see that personally, so I can't say why or if it happened tonight or whatever. But that's that. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, if it weren't for family and friends to visit out here, this would be a wasted trip. I'll see the team play on the road because the effort is better. I'm glad you're able to get something out of this. Like you said, ain't nothing worse than spending money to travel across the country. You caught a red eye at that. To come see these boys play and get that kind of effort out of them. That is sickening. But at least you can tell yourself, hey, I got to see Aunt Bertha, you know, my cousin Denise, Keisha. I saw my little cousin, you know. You got to see some family. And that makes it all worthwhile. Even though this was supposed to be the main attraction. Love on your family, Mr. Ron B, OG, triple OG. Love on your family. Don't let them dampen this trip with the foolishness that you were exposed to last night. Don't let them do it. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, the blackout was a damn failure. I saw jerseys for the Bears, Cowboys, Chargers, Patriots, Steelers fans. Have a lot to learn. So understand that this was not a blackout. They didn't promote it. They didn't even color the field. I've already gone through this. Like, we can't even do that right. This wasn't a blackout. We just were wearing black jerseys. But let me just give you a bit of advice. If you're listening, anybody that works with the organization, if you're listening, if we're wearing black jerseys, the end zone should be black and the midfield logo should be black. Or at worst, yellow, like the W on the helmet. We got burgundy end zones, burgundy logo in the middle of the field, outlined in gold, and nobody thought to change that. Like, how stupid could you be? Like, that's like the Denver Broncos wearing their orange Crush jerseys, but still having the current Broncos logo in the end zone. Does that make any sense? I struggle with some of the things that they do, but this is our organization. And even though Snyder's gone, we're still making stupid mistakes. AJ Meehan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I think I speak for everyone when I say Sam and Chase are the only players worth watching for the rest of the season. F this team. I'm not as big on Chase as you guys are. I don't hate Chase. I don't love him either. I'm a Deron Payne guy. He won me over last year. I'm a Deron Payne guy. I'll ride for Deron on defense, and I ride for Kendall Fuller. And I know y'all don't. I do. I think K. Full is a damn good football player. I ride for those two on defense, and I ride for Sam and the receivers. Terry. I even like Diami. I think Diami's actually really good. You know, I'll ride for my top four at receiver, B-Rob at running back, but it's about Sam. I'm not going to sit here and bullshit you. It's about Sam on offense and Deron on defense. Like, those are the cornerstones for me. Can I say something? This might be a bit reckless for some of y'all. I don't care. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. I don't give a shit. I wouldn't be mad if we didn't pay either one of these damn defensive ends. There, I said it. I wouldn't be mad if we didn't pay neither one of them. Draft one next year. Develop Andre Jones. Let him play. If he ain't good, draft another one the year after that. I'm more so leaning towards like just bringing Sweat back. But if they didn't pay either one of these boys, I wouldn't even blink. The two inside are, to me, more valuable than the two on the outside. Sweat gets, to me, more pressure, and he impacts the game more than Chase does. Chase is starting to get back. I told you, I don't really want to be hypercritical to Chase because he's coming off of major knee surgery. And it's not just a regular, like, he didn't just tear his ACL. He didn't just blow out his Achilles. There was a patella tendon that was ruptured, torn ACL, LCL. There was a lot of damage in there. This was not a regular injury he sustained. and he's just getting back into the swing of things, and he's getting a little bit of pressure. He batted a ball down. Like he's an impact in the game. I haven't seen the chase in the run game, though, that I saw before the injury. That hasn't come back yet. Chase used to be down. Like, you couldn't run the Tez's side or Chase's side. It's like they're playing, both of them are playing hesitant. Like, I gotta, like Ron is pounding into their heads. You gotta play the scheme. And I don't know if they're not, shooting their gun or what, but it just seems like they're both kind of like hesitant. Tez used to be all over the run game. Chase used to be all over the run game. Now Chase is standing up the edge, but he's not falling back inside and making the play. There was a run with Khalil Herbert where Chase is just standing up the tackle and he's just standing there. And there's a gap there, and Chase doesn't even try to fill it. He just stands the tackle up. Hey, I did my job. I kept outside contained. But the Chase I knew before, pre-injury Chase, he was going to stand that tackle up, take his ass, shake him like a rag doll, toss him aside, and go get that ball carrier. That's a gain of 3 instead of a gain of 14. He's not doing that. So, hey, if Chase is your guy, ride for your guy. I'm riding for mine. Okay? I'm riding for mine. Mine are Sam and Duran. Those are my two that I'm riding for. Duran made a believer out of me. And I've seen it week after week. The man forced a fumble tonight. The man got pressure multiple times tonight. He's getting double teamed. If I ever need a sack, and you told me I could get one-on-one with one guy give me Duran getting one-on-one. I'll take my chances with 94. So I'm riding with Sam. I'm riding with Duran. Y'all can have the rest of these dudes. Knock yourself out. Henny Gang. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? Joey Sly can kick rocks. He is so trash. Shaking my head. He's not so trash. He's just not reliable. And it's a shame that I just said that, because is that his first miss of the season? I think that's his first field goal miss of the season. Let me check. I don't have to ask y'all. I can just check. I think that's his first miss of the season. It just came at a really bad time, man. Couldn't have come at a worse time. Let's see. I'm tripping. He already missed 3 field goals this year. I don't remember 3 field goal misses. What game did he miss a field goal in? So apparently he missed 1 from 50. I know they had kicked a really long one and he missed it. Denver. Okay. All right. That was the game. He missed one in Denver, and it was the snap. We had already acknowledged that. He missed 2 from 40 to 49. That was one of them was tonight. So the Denver one, we could throw that one out. What was the other miss? He didn't miss a kick against Arizona. He missed a field goal against Denver early. Did he miss a kick against Buffalo? He didn't miss anything against Philadelphia. I know that for a fact. It must have been Buffalo. Oh, it was blocked. That's what it was. He got a kick blocked against Buffalo, right? No, he didn't get a kick blocked, did he? No, he didn't have a kick block. Where was the other man? Let me just, you know what I'm going to do? Again, I could just go to the splits in the game log. I don't have to do all of this. Why am I? He missed. He was 2 of 2. He was 3 of 3 in. He was 2 of 2 in the Arizona game. He was 2 of 3. So he missed 2 kicks in the Denver game. Damn, I didn't realize he missed 2 kicks in the Denver game. And then he missed a kick tonight. I remember the first miss, opening possession. I don't remember the second miss. Huh. Interesting. I don't remember that miss. When did that happen? Y'all know I got a mind like a steel trap. Either way, I don't think he's trash. I just don't think he's as reliable as you would like him to be. And you know what? You're not wrong for you can say he's trash. Knock yourself out. I'm not going to say that because I've seen trash kickers before. Joey Sly is not it. And you could do a lot worse than Joey Sly. If you were a fan of this team 2 years ago, do I really need to explain to you that we can do a lot worse? I really don't want to go down that road again. But in-season kicker switch changes are never good. Unless you got a kicker that is absolutely killing you. And Sly is not absolutely killing us. I wouldn't be opposed to drafting a kicker in the 6th round next year, though. I would not be. I wouldn't have been opposed to them drafting a kicker in the draft this year. But like we've seen, they wasted a bunch of draft picks, or at least didn't draft guys that could help us this year in the draft this year. So there's that. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Mr. Ron B writes, by the way, we're 1-3 when sporting the black unis. Not why we lost, but just saying. Yeah, somebody had said we were winless, but Jason Wright came out and said, hey, we beat Atlanta. So the black, we lost to Dallas. That was the first time we wore them in Dallas. We lost to Minnesota, and then we beat Atlanta in them. So we're 1-2. We were 1-2 last year. We're 0-1 this year. Like you said, that's not the reason we lost, but for the purists out there that don't love the black uniforms, that's just more ammunition for them. Font JD, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you who writes. With Ron, we're not 5 games in. We're 3 seasons and 5 games in. We can do bad all by ourselves. You're not wrong. If there was actually if you really wanted to go the EB route, you could. They could fire Ron tomorrow and promote EB. But Jack's still here. What are you going to do about that? Ron don't do shit. So firing Ron, what does that actually do? Other than EB would be in full control and maybe he could be a little bit more aggressive in terms of trying to hold guys accountable. But that's some shit you do in the offseason. It's hard to hold guys accountable during the regular season. So what are you really going to do? You fire Ron and promote EB? Okay. Now EB has to try to manage the team while calling the offensive plays. You think EB giving up play calling responsibilities? That's still his ticket to becoming a head coach in this league, is calling plays and making Sam Howell the best quarterback he can be. That's still his ticket to getting an opportunity elsewhere. So while you're trying to manage the entire team, you now have to do that while trying to put together an offensive game plan every week. That's tough. That's tough. I just don't see how firing Ron, in season would do anything for you, at least right now. Later in the season, week 14, we're out of it. Yeah, absolutely. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we're going to be in it in week 14 when we hit our bye week. But I hear you. You're not wrong. AJ Meehan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. AJ Meehan writes, I spent $600 on tickets, parking tonight to watch that. Ridiculous. So done with this team and talking about talent when we truly don't have it. We are just blind to what we don't have. So I will reinforce this. We do have talent. Is it elite talent? Probably not. But it's enough. Look, I see teams on a weekly basis win with lesser talent. Don't tell me we don't have talent. I can't sit here, AJ. I know you're frustrated. $600 is a lot of money to spend for that type of effort. But I watch all the teams in the league. Don't tell me that we have less talent than the Houston Texans, who are 2-2 right now and playing good football. They're just better coached than we are. Don't tell me that we got less talent than the Texans, because we don't. Don't tell me we have less talent than Indianapolis, because we don't. We have more talent than those teams, but they're 2-2 just like we were going into this game. And I don't know if Indy is better coached. I won't go that far. Houston is way better coached than we are. But I said the same thing about the Giants last year. I was jealous of Brian Daboll because the Giants were a horrible roster last year, and Daboll got the most out of it. That's coaching. The problem with Daboll is he hasn't adjusted to the league adjusting to him. They're running the same shit they ran last year, and everybody's all over it. And that offensive line sucks. And he hasn't made the adjustment to the adjustment. That's the problem. Is, hey, they're gonna catch up to you. Sean McVay figured that out. They're gonna catch up to you eventually. You got an adjustment for that shit? That's why you see Andy Reid coming out with all these different plays, because they're gonna adjust to the shit you're doing. Eventually, you gotta come up with some new shit. That's why Andy Reid's letting Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce draw up new plays, because we got to do something different. Everybody's chasing us. We the Super Bowl champs. We go into the AFC Championship game every year. Everybody's watching us intently. We got to switch the shit up. So it's coaching. Trust me. We are more talented than 10 to 12 teams in the league. Easy. Maybe even 12 to 14. Probably right around 16, right around the midpoint of the league. This ain't a talent issue. We didn't lose to the Bears because the Bears were more talented than us. Come on, man. Come on, AJ. We lost to the Bears because we were out-coached. Our players didn't want it, and there was no fire set to their asses, to their feet, to motivate them to get out there and get after it. And so they got their asses handed to them. That's why we lost the game. It's always been coaching with us. Always. Since Ron got here, it's been coaching. Since Ron was talking about not calling timeouts because he wanted to preserve his players. He wanted to protect his players. It's always been coaching. That was back in 2020, week 2. Week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4. When he was giving Dwayne Haskins pop quizzes from the 20-yard line, 4th and goal from the 20. It ain't the talent, bro. I can tell you that right now. Frankie, yo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Frankie writes, I was also told Cody Barton was a nasty boy, but I watched 5'9" Herbert take his little boy Barton on a 20-yard ride like he was prime Riggins. Come on, man. This is the guy with the green dot. Nah. I don't know who told you Barton was a nasty boy. I know I told you Barton hustles, gives me everything he's got on every single snap, which is more than I can say about some of these dudes on the defensive side of the football. And he's a dog. When I say a dog, I'm not talking about like, oh yeah, go to war. I might have told you he was nasty. Now that I'm thinking about it. When I say nasty though, I didn't mean it in a way like, yo, he's like Daron Payne nasty. I meant it in the way, if I was the one that said it, which I probably was. I meant it in the way of like he do little shit that irks people. Like he might get up and push your helmet into the ground while he getting up. He might tackle you, slam you down, and rub you into the ground a little extra when he get up. Like he just do little extra shit that's physical for no reason, and we need that. We need that kind of attitude. We don't have enough of that on our team. I told you we got a lot of nice guys that think they dogs. Chase Young think he a dog. Jonathan Allen, they think they dogs. before the game. You hear Jonathan Allen, I'm ready to die for this and all of this. And then Jonathan Allen get out. And then there's games where I don't see this man. And I know he's a good football player. Don't get me wrong. I know Jonathan. And I ride with Jonathan Allen. And I told you, I'll take my 2 defensive tackles over the 2 ends any day. But what I'm telling you is Barton is different in the regard that he goes a little bit, he goes up to that line that you ain't supposed to cross. He goes all the way up to that shit. He don't cross it, but he go all the way up. And we don't have a lot of dudes that do that. We got dudes that make a tackle and they get up and they walk straight back to the huddle. Yeah. Don't want to make anybody mad, right? That's why I like Nick Gates. Nick Gates just do shit just to do it, to see if I can get a 15-yard penalty out of you. Just a little rough around the edges. Ain't nothing wrong with that. A lot of you are like, I would prefer Nick Gates to just do his goddamn job. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. Trust me, you're not wrong. But I know Nick Gates is going to push the envelope. And Cody Barton is the same way. But damn if he didn't get in the car when Khalil Herbert was driving. Damn if he didn't get in. Barton was probably the one controlling the radio. Because he damn sure went for a ride. That shit was embarrassing. It was about 5 commanders on that man back, and he took him for a ride. I said, what am I watching right now? What is this? Seriously, what am I looking at right now? This shit don't even make sense. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. John Perez writes, I feel for Jonathan Allen, been in the league since 2017, came from a great college program and has seen nothing but losing in the NFL. Yeah, that's tough. You can say that about Deron Payne too. He came the next year and he ain't seen nothing but the same shit Jonathan Allen has seen. Don't leave him out. Yes, it's tough for those boys, but if it's so tough and you get one-on-one on 3rd and 9, like these boys have been getting, some of, do something with it. Do something with it. If you as good as they say you are, and you get one-on-one on 3rd and 9, go be a disruptor. That's why I'm sick of the defensive line getting all this credit. Because when it's a 4-man rush against 5-man protection, only one person is getting double teamed. Everybody else is singled up, and we not getting to the quarterback. I ain't trying to hear this shit about this defensive line being so vaunted and all these first. I'm sick and tired of hearing about that shit. Don't talk to me, show me. That's where I'm at with mine. Don't talk to me, show me. Because there's a lot of talking going on about how good this D-line is. They sucked me back in last year. Because we were 5th in the league in sacks or whatever the number was. They sucked me in last year. That was without Chase. Everybody was eating last year. They sucked me back in. I'm back on that same shit I was on in 2021 when I was calling out that D-line like, hey, don't talk to me about this D-line being elite. Stop. People that don't watch this team will call it elite. The people that are talking heads on TV that want to sound like they know what they're talking about, that's the people that's going to tell you this is a vaunted defensive front. But the people that actually know, those who know, who watch, they'll tell you, don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe. I'm back to that shit now because this is 4 weeks in a row. Week 1, they were all over Josh Dobbs' ass. And they made life hell for him. And they got after him. And they forced turnovers. And they did what they needed to do to make sure we won that game. They really ain't been that way since. Russell Wilson ran all over us. They got to him a couple of times, but they ran all over us. Josh Allen did whatever the hell he wanted to do. Jalen Hurts' jersey might have been just as clean as Josh Allen's the week prior. And obviously tonight, Justin Fields, in the first half in particular, Justin Fields was probably back in the backfield knitting before he threw the ball to DJ Moore. Knitting a new Bears sweater. Duh, Bears. Don't talk to me about this D-line. I ain't trying to hear that shit. Ethan Dykes, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ethan Dykes writes, Lou, a wise woman once told me, if you don't laugh, you'll cry. Can't help but chuckle at what happened tonight. You had to laugh to stop from crying. If you didn't laugh, you would cry, especially the first half. Second half was much more entertaining. It was much more of what we thought we were going to get when the game started. Fortunately, like Al Michaels said, we didn't show up to play football until roughly 9:45. The game started at 8:15, unfortunately for us. And by the time they showed up ready to play, we were down 27-3. That's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Jeff Antonio, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jeff Antonio writes, hey, Lou, you look drained, man. I'm bummed myself. Upside, Curtis Samuel is doing more this year than I've seen since he's been in Washington. How says you? You know what? Curtis has been really, really good this year. Of all the receivers, he's probably been the best, to be honest with you. But I hesitate to say that because he's just gotten more opportunities, it feels like. You know, Curtis seems to be a guy that Sam's looking for. Maybe coverage, has determined that that's where the ball should go. But Curtis seems to be really thriving in this offense from a receiver standpoint. I still don't think they're doing enough with him as a runner. You can do so much with Curtis Samuel. I haven't seen a Curtis Samuel toss yet. I've seen jet sweeps back when Scott Turner was the offensive coordinator. How about a Curtis Samuel start out wide, all the way out wide at receiver, in motion into the backfield toss? How about that? Like, I'm not an offensive coordinator, but I swear I could draw some shit up. I swear I could do a better job. I feel like I could. I say that it's a lot tougher than it seems, but I swear I could do some shit. You get a player like Curtis Samuel with a skill set like him, you should be doing so much more with him. And we're not. But I feel like he's having an impact this year. After tonight's game, my guess is he's probably our leading receiver on the season. That's my guess. With Terry barely touching the ball. He had the one catch. I think Terry came into the game as the leading receiver. I think Curtis probably overtook him tonight. That's my guess. That's my guess. He's been playing well. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, outside with that wildfire air quality? Nah. Hey, I got a mask for that, bro. Like, I'm not going back inside. You can try to convince me to go. I'm not going. I got to stay outside for my guy, Sam. I'm not leaving Sam. Like, I'm telling you right now, I'm treating Sam like he's my 6-month-old. I'm not leaving Sam. Sam is outside. I'm outside. If Sam goes inside, I'm going inside. Not leaving Sam. Sam's not going inside till the season's over. Neither am I. So whatever I got to deal with, I'll deal with it. Give me a mask. Wildfires. It smells horrible outside. The air quality is orange. Give me a mask. Not going inside. I'll put an oxygen tank on the back. I'll screw an oxygen mask onto the oxygen tank onto the mask. I'm staying outside. I'm not going inside. Y'all can go. You can go, but the name stays here. It's NHO. The name got my daddy blood on it. Benjamin Slade, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, dear football gods, don't let Heineke do us dirty. You better hope that Desmond Ridder actually plays well against Houston, because if he don't, it could be Taylor Heinicke season. And that's the thing I don't want to see. I don't want to see that. I really don't. Because he would definitely do us dirty. Joseph's Journey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Forbes fanboys were relentless to anyone critical. I'm not, look, this is what we don't need. We don't need infighting. That's not going to solve anything. Whether you were pro Forbes being drafted, con, or against Forbes being drafted, you wanted Gonzo, just leave it there, right? There will be a time and a place for you to be vindicated if you were right. Like, we don't need to start pointing fingers and start infighting with one another over who we should have drafted and who we didn't draft. That's lame, right? So at the end of the day, I always tell y'all this, and you don't have to be how I am. You don't have to subscribe to the same thing that I subscribe to. But my thought process is always this. Once they're a member of this team, whether I wanted them or not, they're here, they're a part of the family, and I'm going to root like hell for them to succeed. When they don't succeed, I can then go back and say, I never wanted this guy. We shouldn't have drafted him. But that's after the fact. There'll be a time and a place. If Forbes isn't good, there will be a time where we will be able to just talk about the fact that that was not a good pick. That wasn't a good decision. Now it's not the time, right? We don't have to start pointing fingers at each other. I was the same way with Haskins. I wanted nothing to do with Dwayne Haskins. He looked like a disaster before we got our hands on him. He needed more time at Ohio State. God rest his soul. But once he was here, all right, let's ride. Because rooting against him isn't going to help us. Rooting against Forbes isn't going to help us. You spent the first round pick already. Let's try to find a way to salvage whatever bit of confidence he has left, and cultivate and grow it back into the confidence that he had coming out of Mississippi State when he was made a first round pick. Because his confidence is as low right now as it's probably been since he started playing football. They got this man questioning right now, do I belong in this league? Red Wing 01, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, Sam's still the guy. Just don't hope he got injured a little bit tonight, and that's what I do worry about that. The hits, they pile up. Some of this is on him. Like, he takes a lot of hits that he doesn't have. But when he's got up limping both times, it's been in the pocket, kind of drifting backwards type of thing. I just hope he makes it through the entire season. I'm not worried about him tonight because I know he's got 10 days off. I think he had a little bit of an ankle. He'll be fine. But I do worry about him a little bit in that capacity. But he's a tough guy. He's young too. He's only 23 years old. So the rejuvenation powers of a 23-year-old is much different than a 30-year-old. So he'll be fine. I think he'll be okay. I do worry about him a little bit, but I told Sam, I said, bro, this is it. We got 1 year to prove that you got to let it all hang out. And that's what he's doing. So HTTC, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, every time the cameras shine on Josh Harris, it seems like he wasn't even locked in, just talking, having a grand old time while we're getting our ass beat. However, Magic looked locked in. I already told y'all, Josh Harris be getting it in. That brother be liquored up at these games. I ain't mad at him. He already probably made a decision in his mind. We fire him around at the end of the season. He ain't tripping. He's like, yeah, this is cool. I already paid my $6 billion. So I'm or 6 mil, excuse me. We all good over here, man. I ain't even tripping. So we done paid the money that we paid already. I already know what's going down at the end of the season. Let's just enjoy this. I'm back home. I'm around family. We in the press box. I done had a couple. Let's just live life. Let's just enjoy, right? I ain't mad at him. Magic looked like he looked bad, right? Josh Harris is like, yo, another round for the crew. But I told y'all that in the preseason. Y'all ain't want to listen to me. I said, yo, Josh is hammered. He was hammered at the Browns game. He gave Joe Buck a dap at the Ravens game. Like, this is who he is. You know, until he shows me otherwise, he's just one of the guys. I ain't mad at it at all. I ain't mad at it. Joseph's Journey. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, my only solace was seeing Magic thinking F this. He definitely looked like this shit is not acceptable. Like, you should. Magic looked like how when he found out his son was not straight. That's the face he had. I looked at Magic's face and I was like, well, damn. Okay. You're not happy. You look like one of us. HTTC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I live somewhat on the West Coast in Reno, Nevada. That's pretty much West Coast. I wear my Commander's hats proudly every day to work. But how do I manage to wear it tomorrow seriously? You can't. Like, one game can't define your fandom. Like, you are who you are. One game. This wasn't the Monday Night Massacre against Philly. It was bad. Don't get me wrong. You were down 27-3 to an 0-4 football team. But let's keep it in its proper perspective. It was one game. You wear your hat. If that's what you do, you wear your hat proudly tomorrow, and you just say, "Hey, we gotta get new coaches." That's how you explain this away. It's run its course. But if that's who you are, don't ever let them see you sweat. You know why I keep that same energy with the Super Friends? Because I don't ever want to look like Bad Dog. I don't ever want to be quiet in the corner because my team sucks and have nothing to say, nothing to add to the conversation. Nah, F that. I'm going to be who I am. That shit don't change. Whether this team is good or not, I'm going to still talk my shit. It's just going to be a little bit different because they're not good, and I know they can't back up a lot of the shit that I want to talk, so I got to make sure I make it smart in the way that I talk it. They're going to call me delusional either way. So what difference do they make? I'm delusional T anyway. Whether I'm talking with sense or I'm not, I'm delusional either way. So I'm going to talk my shit. And if you're a fan and you rock your hat to work every day, rock that shit to work tomorrow. And when they say, oh, man, what happened? And we need a new coaching staff. These guys are outdated and they've run their course. They did everything that they were supposed to do here. They gave us everything that they got, but we need new blood in there. That's how you explain it away and you keep it pushing. Barry Curtis. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Barry writes, these unexpected draft picks reaches have not worked out. They haven't drafted any all-pro caliber players. Again, this is why you need a real GM. I'm not a Martin Mayhew fan at all. And it's one thing to miss in the third or the fourth round. You can't miss consistently. And we've missed in the second round for probably since 2008. We've been talking about the second round since 2008. with Malcolm Kelly, Devin Thomas, and Fred Davis. We've been talking about the second round since 08. And we still ain't really hit shit. Sam Cosmi is the closest we've come to getting something that's a semblance of half good in the second round. Otherwise, it's Trent Murphy, all the guys that I just mentioned. It's Sua Cravens. It's Darius Geis. Like, that's our second round. It's Ryan Anderson. So, we need somebody to come in and reverse that curse. Somebody to come in here and actually get us a first-round pick that's like a cornerstone, an all-pro type player, a second-round pick that's a Pro Bowl player. Like, clearly, Martin Mayhew is not that guy. So, a sad fan. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. A sad fan writes, for your music channel, would you review Kanye? Of course, we're going to talk about Kanye West on that channel multiple times over. Trust and believe. Barry Curtis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Barry writes, I don't care about our D-line looking good on paper. They aren't getting pressure, so send heat. On third down, you got to send some creative blitzes. Even the Bears did that. Took him a whole half. Insanity. You just summed it up. Said that earlier in the show. That's exactly how I felt then. It's exactly how I feel now. That's it. It's almost like Jack is determined to make this four-man pressure work. Like, these guys are going to get pressure by themselves. I don't have to blitz. And after it takes him giving up 5 straight possessions of scores to go, you know what? Maybe I should, turn up the heat a little bit. You think? Benjamin Slade, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, this team felt like they had already won. No heart. That's been one of the things we've talked about with this team is handling success and handling adversity. They don't seem to do well with either one. They don't seem to do well with either one. So, Sneakers Forever. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Josh Harris laughing like only Magic Johnson cared. I would have been pissed if my team is getting killed on primetime. Again, I'm not mad about anything. They caught the man when he was laughing about something. That's like me that's like you being at a game for 3 hours, you being pissed off for 2 hours and 59 minutes and 30 seconds of that game. And the 30 seconds that somebody said something to you that was funny, the camera was shined on you. Is that fair? Is that a fair assessment of how you felt? You don't know if he was up there stewing the whole time. I doubt it. Okay. But you don't know that. You don't know that. We were laughing at halftime of the mob. We were laughing. We can ass whoop 27-3. Ain't shit funny. We've been pissed off the whole first half, probably more in shock than pissed off. And we were laughing at halftime. Doesn't mean that we were condoning the ass whooping that was being administered. So if you don't like them, just say you don't like them. Obviously, you're not a fan of the Commanders anyway, so you're going to talk shit. But if you don't want to like them, that's fine. You don't have to. Philadelphia 76ers fans have already tried to convince me because they're Eagles fans. He ain't shit. He ain't going to do nothing. Y'all going to be trash. He ain't going to do nothing for your team. That's fine. He's better than Daniel Snyder already. There ain't shit you can say to me to make me sour on Josh Harris. Benjamin Slade, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, get the Brinks truck, send it to Boulder. At least he would say something to the players at halftime, and it would be entertaining. How do we actually know Prime can coach? What I do know is Prime is a master recruiter, which is great for college football. You don't recruit in the NFL. Prime don't call offense. Prime don't call defense. He can coach the secondary. But again, I think he's probably better suited for college football, not the pro game. Everybody seems to think he'll come into the NFL and have this impact. Prime, I think, will shine in an environment where he can this is why he keeps telling everybody that, and I believe him, get me now, because I'm finna start recruiting my ass off, and I'm about to get a whole bunch of talent in here, and y'all ain't gonna have shit for me in 2-3 years when I get my guys in here. Right now, I'm playing with the last regime's dudes, and I cleaned out as much of that as I could, but I still don't have no offensive line. I ain't got no defensive line. Don't worry, that's gonna change. You can't do that in the NFL. So, again, people that love to throw him out as an option, I don't really think that's a good one. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, damn, Lou, that was rough. Yes, it was. I made the trip to FedEx, and the fans truly brought all the energy tonight. Left the place scratching my head, wondering, where do we even go from here? On to Atlanta, hashtag HTTC. All the fans ever wanted was something to cheer for. They immediately told the fans to sit down and shut up and gave them nothing to cheer for until the second half. That's the kind of shit that bothers me. Like, you want the fans to buy in, you want sellout crowds, you want all of this stuff, but you don't give us nothing in return. You don't give us any incentive to show up, to make noise, to give you that home field advantage that you've been seeking since you got here. If you're Ron Rivera and the players that have been here for the duration of his tenure, you can't ask us and then get mad when you don't, when it's 35% Bills fans, or in 3 weeks from now, it's 50% Eagles fans. You can't be mad. Your play did that. Abdullah just told me he spent $600. He spent $600 to go to the game, only to sit through that bullshit. Mr. Ron B told me he caught a red eye to come to the game, to be exposed to that. How you going to get mad at somebody when that's what you exposed them to? You can't. You can't be mad at nobody for that. Len O'Ryan Benvenite, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, surrounded by Bears fans as the only Washington fan in the room, outfanned by 15-1, had a rough night. Took it on the chin up, got worked. That's how you got to do it, man. You got to stand tall amongst those who are trying to chop you down. I did it for years, surrounded by Cowboys fans for years. So I know the struggle. I know what that's like. Leno Ryan Benvenite, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, still pissed off. Give me a positive, Lou. Good night. Sam Howell is your positive. He's my why moving forward. Sam played. He didn't play great. He played well enough to give us a shot, despite the circumstances. But he could have been better. He missed some throws. Jahan down by the end zone on a corner route. Diami on the deep ball for what would have been a touchdown. He missed some throws. Antonio Gibson on the 2-point conversion, wide open on the little angle Texas route, whatever you want to call it, arrow route. He missed some stuff. He wasn't perfect by any stretch of the imagination, but had the defense just showed a pulse in the first half, he would have given us a chance to win this game. Joey Slye, I still would argue anybody, if Joey Slye makes the field goal, we're going to win the game. Defense is going to get us a stop. Sam's going to get the ball just like he did against Philadelphia. He's going to take us down the field, put it in the end zone. We're going to go for 2. We're going to win this thing 31-30. But he never got that chance because Joey Slye missed the field goal. So that's your positive. Jeremiah Stafford, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jeremiah writes, I just turned 21 on the 4th. I was hoping for a B-day, but why would my team do that? Should have known better. That's rough. For years, I the first game after Thanksgiving that weekend is always the Sean Taylor game. And we would lose that game what seemed like every year. I don't ask the team for much. I would just ask them for the Sean Taylor game. They would rarely give it to me. So I'm so glad my birthday is not during the season, because that'd be debilitating to say, look, excuse me, I don't ask y'all for much. Just give me this one on my day. And then for them to take a nice dooski on me every year, that would piss me off. So I know what it's like. Somewhat. Jeremiah Stafford, thank you for the super chat once again. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, hoping for a dub. I'm still outside. #optimist. So not everybody went inside. It's not a lot of y'all outside, but it's still a couple of y'all. Right now, it's like a handful of us. It's just like a handful of us right now. Spence Callis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, love you, Louie, but we just don't have the talent. So I guess you're telling me the Bears are more talented than us. That's what you're trying to tell me. Come on, Spence. You better than that, man. You better than that. Seize up. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, got this girl I really want to talk to, but I'm on a weight loss journey. Should I go for it or wait until I'm done with my journey? Depends on where your confidence level is. If you're a big dude and you're confident, then go over there and go get her. If you think you need to be skinnier to go and get her, that means your confidence in where it needs to be, and then you need to wait. That's on you. Spence Callis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, we can't blame Dan Snyder anymore. Nothing changes. You haven't given you haven't given new ownership a chance to show you that shit can change. Ron and company are still here. They were hired by Dan, so technically this shit doesn't count. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joe Rockhead writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, get a QB and lose everything else. Still outside. I know you still outside. I don't worry about you. I'm not trying to lose everything else. I don't want y'all to take me literal when I say I'm just here for Sam. We still got talent other places. Again, I still ride with my receivers. I never loved this tight end group. I think Logan Thomas is really solid. I like Logan, but we need an athletic tight end. Tonight is, especially if we're going to run this EB system. EB knew when he got here that what he needed to make this work. I can't be too mad at them because the injury to Amani Rodgers wasn't sustained until after the draft, if I'm not mistaken. So it'd be one thing if they went into the draft knowing Amani Rodgers wasn't available this year. I'm pretty sure his injury happened after. It could have happened before. I think it happened after, though. And so I knew why they didn't draft a tight end. But if it happened before the draft, knowing that this offense is heavily predicated on the tight end catching the football, you need an athletic guy. They should have drafted one. The one and only Bravo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, 17 too humble. He needs to start demanding the football. That ain't who he is. And so John Keim said, I heard John Keim say this, I think it was like 3 weeks ago or so. He was like, once upon a time, Terry went to the coaching staff and demanded the football, and it didn't end well for him. So he was like, I learned a lesson. That's not how I need to go about it. So I don't see him doing that. But something's got to give, man. As a fan, it's tough to watch one of your best players just not be involved for whatever reason. And whatever the reason is, I ain't trying to hear the shit. It's the same thing I said to Scott Turner. I ain't trying to hear that shit. Buffalo can get Stephon Diggs the ball. The Bears can get DJ Moore the ball. We see receivers. Devontae Adams, there is no other guy on that defense, on that offense in Vegas you have to stop. Yet I look up and Devontae Adams is getting 15 targets, 12 catches. Make it make sense. Why we can't have Terry get. When's the last time Terry's had 10 targets in a game? He definitely hasn't happened this year. When's the last time Terry's had 10 targets in a game? Keenan Allen had 20 3 weeks ago and 18 catches. When's the last time Terry had 10 in a game? Got to go back to last year sometime. Lou, 340. We still rocking? Tough crowd tonight. Yeah. But what did you expect after a loss like that? Therapy session is going to be even longer when you have performances like that against 0-4 teams at the crib. It's just a part of it. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes? That game was so bad, I needed a few hours. You're not the only one. Some people went to sleep, woke up. Damn, he's still alive? I'm still here. I'm still here. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? I'm still outside with you. Less optimistic, though. That's warranted. You should be. I am. I'm not optimistic about this season at all. But I expect, because this is what we've gotten. And if nothing else, if you've taken nothing else away from Ron and JDR and company in these 4 years, is that they're consistent in their inconsistency. But the things that they do them. And so you got to know that there's going to be a run in here somewhere. There's going to be a point where the defense starts playing well and being consistent, because this is what they've done all 3 years prior to this year. So, at some point they're going to win 3 out of 4 or 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 6. Last year we won 6 out of 7. Like, at some point there's going to be a stretch where you go, whoa. And you're going to all buy back in temporarily. Like, don't let those wins cloud your judgment. They're getting fired at the end of this season. Okay? So, I'm still outside. Like I said, I'm here for Sam. But I know there's going to be some games where we're excited after them. You get a big win and you get here and you're like, man. And then you're going to have to remember, hey, we lost to the Bears, man. It's the same team that lost to the Bears. But then you were able to go out and do this. It's crazy. Rob the GOAT. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes? What's up, Lou? What's up, Rob? Curl can walk too. I'm not into just letting dudes walk. It's just financially doesn't make sense. If Curl prices himself out of, I would have a number in mind for him. And if he prices himself outside of my number, go find your money elsewhere. Right? I'm not going to stop you. Go get your money. But if he understands where I'm coming from and the money that I offer him is makes sense for him, we can do he's a good football player. He's not great. He's not elite. He's not a difference maker. He's a good football player. You need good football players on your team. And it's okay to pay good football players. Every guy that you pay doesn't have to be elite. Cam Curl is what you call a cog in the machine. You need cogs to make it work smoothly. He needs to be paid like a cog, however, and not like a key elite player. So we'll see. We'll see. Future Millionaire, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Future Millionaire writes, damn, my boy still live. I woke up and tuned back in. Yeah, still here, still kicking. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. HTTR for life says, I love 17 and people need to stop the disrespect. I don't know what disrespect you're referring to, but at the end of the day, Terry is that dude. And the sooner EB figures that out and starts going out of his way to get him the rock, the better off this team would be. Same with Jahan. Like, get your playmakers involved more. I don't understand why that's a hard concept to grasp. Rob the GOAT, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I'm just tired of hearing we have a top defense and we get this every year. These players be wanting top 5 elite payouts, but put out this type of effort. Yeah, precisely. I think they paid the right 2 guys already. And I said this earlier. If they let the other 2 walk, and again, this regime isn't going to be here. The next group that comes in, they don't have any ties to Allen or Payne and Sweat. So there's no guarantee if these guys are going to be here next year. And if they're not, I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep. I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep. And if they went on to have a Preston Smith-like ascension after they left, good for them. More power to them. But the shit wasn't working here. So I'm at the point where if there's any value and you know you're not planning on re-signing them, trade them before the trade deadline. Not both of them, but the one that you know you're not keeping, trade them. Get something for him. Even if it's a 3rd round pick, get something for him. Don't hoard them. You may still get a 3rd round compensatory pick anyway. But, anyway. Abdallah, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Abdallah writes, this feels like a nightmare. Are we overreacting? No, this isn't an overreaction. What I think it is an overreaction too is the season being done. There's a lot of that being tossed around. I'm not co-signing that. If you're talking about an overreaction to something that we've now seen for 4 years, or as somebody put it earlier, 3 years and 5 games, no, it's not an overreaction. This is what they've done every single year. This is what they've shown us. This is who they are. Don't ignore people when they show you who they really, truly are. This is who Ron Rivera is. This is who Jack Del Rio is. Don't ignore that. It's time to move on. No, we're not overreacting to that. What we are overreacting to, or you guys are, I'm not going to lump myself in because I know the season's not done. I know there's 12 games remaining. I know this team is ultimately, when it's all said and done, they're going to be in the mix. They're going to be in the mix. They may not make it to the playoffs because this group never makes it to the playoffs, but they'll be in the mix. Week 14, 15, late in the season, come off the bye week, and they'll be right there with a chance. They're going to blow it because they always do at the end of the season. They never, ever play their best football at the end of the season. They peak at around week 9, week 7 or so, all the way until about week 12. That's when they peak every year. Maybe week 13. And then the bottom falls out. So that's what I'm expecting. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. He writes, we're not doing this. I'm having the last one today. Y'all don't be petty now. Abdallah, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I need to see some moves by tomorrow, firing or something. You're not going to see anything. You're not going to see anything. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Abdella, he says. Abdella, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, last one, Lou. I need to see a trade or a signing. None of that is taking place. I assure you, nothing's going to be done. If anything changes, it's going to be from right inside this organization with players that they already have, which isn't going to move the needle all that much. Because if it did, they would have already done it. So don't expect anything. HCTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, please, no, please. Abdella, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we are the losers. That we are. That we are. Gave up a 40 spot to a winless team at the crib. Doesn't get much. It doesn't get much worse than that. Now does it? Por favor from HTTR for life. Por favor. He's begging now. Come on. Don't make him beg. Thank you for the super chat, HTTR for life. Greatly appreciate you. So that is going to do it for me, your man Louie T, here on Thursday Night Football Overtime. What a loss. What a performance. What in the hell did we just watch? I don't know. Abdella, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, no mas, bro. HTTR for life responds with no. You guys are petty, I swear. Anyway, that's it. You guys go to bed. It's 4:30, 4:40 on the East Coast. I don't know if I'm going to work tomorrow. I have a podcast. I still have an episode of CNN that I'm supposed to record. I don't know if I'm going to do any of that shit. I'm going to be honest with you. We'll see. Son doesn't have school tomorrow, but he's not a problem. So we'll figure out what tomorrow looks like. I may not see you again until Monday. Like, this is depressing, is what it is. But it's still NHL. And at least there's that. I can leave with that dignity. You guys have a great night. Take care. Appreciate all of your support. Hit the like button on the way out if you haven't already done so. God bless. Good night.